So they actually experienced how switching to the private program and it was, I'm not sure if I saw it. So I'm not sure it was right. So I've kind of. I've seen. Yeah. Not to pull up.
Lindsay, it is mine.
It doesn't feel like working in special education is how
Yeah.
I'm just saying, the vision, the last now, so I today I wouldn't even know, which I didn't want to get to.
Right.
My daughter had, my worst ever had, not a good, but. Well, listening, Scotty, he monitored part of it, it was.
Yeah. All right, I do have 9:01 actually, so in the interest of time and being punctual, we will call the meeting to order. Joyce, if you could roll call for us, please.
Marvin Miller,
Here.
Lindsey Brad,
Here.
Lena Kistner,
Here.
Dr. Troy Pitch,
Here.
Jennifer Kaczynski, Jennifer Kurth, Brandon Gay, Whitney George, Rebecca Schultz,
Present.
Jennifer King, here, Brooke Moore, here, Charity Porter, Jennifer Flores,
Here.
Jennifer Lopez, Roxanne Villinger,
Here.
Bradley Miller,
Here.
Sydney Dringman, Sean Smith, Autumn Built,
Here.
No, it's built. I am.
I'm just reading it wrong because it was misspelled in the
yeah, I am.
membership.
I think I corrected
It says Ashley Enns, Melanie Haas,
Here.
John Harding, Leslie Gerard, Luann Barron, Mike Burgess,
Luann is here.
okay. Mike Burgess, Adelia Schumann.
Okay, so if I am correct, I think we have 11,
I counted 12.
12.
I think, let me count again. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Okay, 12, even better. Voting members. So we do have a quorum. Next on the agenda is some introductions. We have some new people joining us. So Autumn, you want to just tell us just something quick about yourself?
I'm Autumn Bears. I work at Dodge City Public School District in the middle, at the middle school as a special ed teacher. I have 3 daughters who were at one point all my IPs, but one of them did graduate as my IP. So I've had that experience. I had IP as a child, and I'm here as an individual with disability for my speech impediment that I had all those in my life. And so I'm excited to be here and look forward to being on the council.
Awesome, thank you. Jennifer Flores.
I do. I'm a special education teacher for Shawnee Mission School District. I teach at the high school level, high incidence, and I've got 3 kiddos, all with disabilities and in special education as well. I'm excited to be here.
Welcome. Bradley Miller.
I'm a special education teacher at Lawrence Gardner High School, which is in the Kansas Juvenile Correction Complex. I'm responsible for the alternative school, which Lawrence Gardner is an alternative school, but we have an alternative school within our school that deals with kids that have mental health and behavioral health issues. All of our students are felons. And we have almost 100 students and 60 of them have IEPs. And I am really the only full-time special ed teacher there, so I'm kind of responsible for most of them. So.
Well, we're glad you found time to be here today. I'm not
Nice
sure where
break.
you find else. We'll try to stay home for you. And I don't remember if Sydney was online.
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to approvals, looking at the agenda for today first. Does anyone have any additions or corrections that they saw at this time? Yeah, we have a few just, corrections to make. At 215, the request to add licensure status is actually an action item. Just wanted to make note of that. And then at the 3:10 time slot, a couple corrections, the Kansas Board of Education member, we did not get that changed, Melanie Haas. So welcome, thanks for joining us. And then other is, should be K and EA. Any others? Hearing none, I would seek a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved, this is Brooke Moore.
Marvin Miller, second.
You have a poll for online.
She's fine.
Okay. There'll be a poll for online. For those in the room, if you would like to, if you're in favor, raise your right hand. Okay. First, same sign.
We got one yes online. Now two.
And you have 9 in the room, so. That passes. The next step is the minutes from April 11th. They were sent out to us. They're also, for those of you in the room, are at your seat. Do you have any corrections that you see? Anything that we need to address? Yes.
On page 7, under the first examples of evidence on the last bullet point, I was wondering if that should be SEALEA instead of LA. On page 7, under the first set of examples of evidence, the last.
Oversight agency reports, legislative review, OIG policy group, state task force of the SEA/LEA.
Yeah, so should have the ego. It's the only thing I saw really in my head.
Yes, should be LEA.
Okay. Any other corrections? All right. So making that one change, I would seek a motion to approve them with that.
This is Lena Kisner. I make a motion, we approve the minutes from the April 11th meeting as amended.
I'll second. Autumn, yes.
We'll get a poll online for those in the room. If you are in favor, please raise your any hand. Thank you. Opposed, same, any hand.
2, say yes.
Okay, 9 here, so motion passes. All right, we are ahead of schedule, so next is public comment. We will come back to that at 9:20 and see if we have any. Excuse me. So moving on to discussion item of the OSEP questions, we sent out. Well, Bert shared with us the questions from OSEP that we will have today. In that interview, and we kind of put together a document, some bullet point items. And I know that Joyce shared that out. We wanted to kind of just open some discussion for how that dialogue might go today. I will share with you, this is actually going to be my second interview with OSEP. So I will be surprised if we get through all the questions, just so you know. But, for the new people, you may have, something to, add to, or you'll see on that list for those of you who have been around and feel more of an understanding of how this group works. They will open that question up and give time for us to kind of answer. We have met as leadership also to kind of go through them to make sure if we had any questions. In particular, I'll just point out, there are a couple questions that are asking how, this group develops and implements policies, and the state statute, which mirrors the federal statutes, says that this group is to, we are to advise on those. And so, that's why you don't see a lot of answers on that, because, we don't develop and implement. That's not our role. Our role is to advise the SEA on those. So, that's just something that we had talked about. Was there anything else from Marvin from our conversations?
No, I think, if a member has comments that they want to, and be sure to include, that's fine. Otherwise, we kind of anticipated that there is no expectation that all members, chime in as OSEP's asking questions. It's not gonna be a round robin, everybody give input to each question or anything like that, but please speak up if you have something that we've not said.
Have you guys had an opportunity to just look through those 11 questions that we had? And is there anything on there that you were like, let's discuss that a little further, or that doesn't make any sense?
Can I answer you?
They would have been emailed.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I just happened to print them off because I like papers. And I will just tell you that after being in the first interview also and a part of the leadership team, and I kind of know, not to speak for Bert, but when OSEP is going through this process, it's kind of like an audit. So if you've ever been through an audit, they're trying to find something, and they may find something. But we also want to try to put our best foot forward in terms of really explaining so that they have a good picture, because they don't know how things run in Kansas. They are doing and looking at several states essentially at a time. And so we want to make sure that they are clear on how things go in Kansas. So like we said, that's why we spent some time prepping ahead of time to go over this stuff. And we don't want to tell you, you can't speak, you're a part of this team as well. But don't feel like if you're unsure or you just want to kind of sit back and watch, that's okay too, Oh, yes, so we will go into executive session. You'll see that at 9:55. So that, because this is just an interview with Seac, the SEA, and so, or the SAP, I'm sorry. You guys have all done special ed, there's a lot of letters. Anyways, so with us, and so like our ex officio members, state members, all of those people will not be a part of that. And they will be zooming in, and there will be a panel of them. Like I said, during my first interview, there was probably 6 to 8, maybe 10. And they're usually jumping off of one call and jumping onto another one at the end. So like they will stick to kind of their window of time, because like I said, they're looking at lots of moving parts, not only within our state, but other states. So with that said, like, we don't want them to get things confused either, but we want to get the most bang for our buck during that time, that we can tell them the great things that are going on here. I will guess that it will probably take that hour. They will ask some follow-up questions, so there will be some questions that aren't on here that will spur them. And you can tell they'll have certain people that are in charge of certain sections of this review process. So as you answer that, that person will be the one that kind of shares out and says, ask more questions or wants more information. And then, you'll answer another one, that'll kick to another person. And depending on how many questions that they ask, will depend on how many of the questions we were given, we will get through. So. I don't know.
Lindsay,
Yes,
I might make a suggestion that we review the bylaws since we have the time.
Yep.
Because a lot of the answers are in the bylaws,
yes.
and if you'd like, I can do an overview.
That would be great, Bert. So the bylaws he's referencing are in your notebooks. They're about 4 pages, 5 pages back. Oh, well, Marvin, our experienced person, as a former chair and me as the new person, has a great idea and says we should do introductions for everybody. So we'll give you who everybody is. So, I'll start, see if it's not written down for me, sometimes I forget, but I'm Lindsay Graff. I am, sorry, Bert, the Director of Special Education for Coffee County. This is my 2nd year on Seac. I have a son with a disability, and so I'm serving with that, under that capacity. And this is my 23rd year in education, so I guess that means I'm seasoned, as we were called at our last training.
I'm Lena Kisner. I'm the director in Reno County. This is my 2nd term on Seac. I just finished my 1st term. I am serving in the representative position of administrator of special ed programs, and I'm also a parent of a child with a disability.
Good morning. My name is Marvin Miller. I wanted to say thank you for the new people that are here because I know this is like kind of scary. This is actually my 11th year, so I guess I'm the very seasoned person at this. I do remember when I first walked in for my very first meeting in the Wichita Hilton 10 some years ago now. I knew nothing. I was working as a para. I have a daughter with Down syndrome, and I didn't know much about public education at all at that time. I came from the private school settings. So I learned a lot, and I've come to appreciate this group and all that it gives. So again, my name is Marvin Miller. I actually am now a special ed teacher in a categorical classroom, working mostly with students with communication disorders and autism. And like I said, I maybe said this, my daughter has Down syndrome. She is now 22. She was 10, I think, or 10 or 11 when I joined this group. I thought there's so much time. Education is going to be great for her. All of a sudden, she's aged out now a year. And that's even a scarier process for a parent when they age out. So I will bring a lot of stuff from all over the disability world and incorporate it into, because I want people to understand that we really need to look at education and post-education. Early childhood education is one continuous stream, and trying to make sure our resources are targeted to our students and families so that they can be successful when they graduate. So that's a long introduction. So Marvin Miller, glad you're here. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Roxanne Zillinger. I work for the Department of Education. I'm one of the McKinney-Vento Homeless Education Act staff. I also work with a couple other programs. I do have a son that has with a disability also. And I was kind of part of the group last year, and then this is my first official term.
I'm Jennifer King. I am the early childhood coordinator for Wichita Public Schools, and this is my 7th year on Seac. So 1st year in the role of representing parent of a gifted student. Or gifted child, I guess. I have 2 daughters. One has a disability and one is on a gifted IEP. So my previous 6 years, I represented charter schools, and on the way here, I realized that while I've been in the last few years, it's been weird because I work for public schools. I had my own children were attending private schools, and I was representing charter schools. So now I'm 100% public school, and it's very weird. It smells about all over the place. So happy to be back for another term.
Jump to me, I guess.
Yes.
Introduce yourself. I'm Brooke Moore. I'm one of the higher education representatives on Seac. I am an associate professor at Forte State University, working with candidates who are getting their master's degrees to become special education teachers. I was a special ed teacher in Texas and in Utah before getting my doctorate and before doing what I do. I'm gonna shameless plug. I'm currently the president of the Division for Learning Disabilities with the Council of Exceptional Children. And so I'm actively involved in working with, particularly with students with high incidence disabilities. My son had a disability, he's now 26 and doing great. But we still have challenges from time to time, even though he's a young adult. And this is my first official year on the committee, but I've been serving, I think, I stepped in, I can't remember. I saw my name as the first year and I was like, oh, okay, cool. It's great to be here, and it's kind of you're the reason I'm here via Jerry Brooks, so thank you very much.
Oh, Jerry Brooks comes into play, who would have guessed? All right. Is anyone online?
Rebecca Schultz. I am a retired teacher, special ed teacher of 31 years, but my position is as an adult with a disability. So I kind of have a background from both areas. And this is my second term.
Thank you. Sure, Melanie, you can introduce yourself.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute, just struggled with my computer. This is Troy Pitch. I'm Superintendent UST 329. I've categorized second term under a local education official who carries out duties of a McKinney-Vento. And this is a very esteemed group. It's always a pleasure to be here and be part of these conversations.
Luann, is Luann on the line? Do we,
No. Oh, I thought she was. Luann, are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
There you are.
Yes, hello. I'm Luann Barron. I am her screen just went down. 1 second. Can't see you. Your screen just went down. I saw you and then I didn't. Okay, I see you again. Go ahead. All right. I am Luann Barron, superintendent at the Kansas School for the Deaf. I am currently an ex officio. I've formerly served 2 terms on Seac. That was quite a while ago, but I am proud to be that person.
Okay, thank you. And you guys want to introduce yourselves?
so you need an introduction. Good morning, I'm Melanie Haas. I'm on the State Board of Education. I currently serve as chair and I'm replacing Jim McNeese. So this is my very first meeting. I live in the Shawnee Mission District and represent North Johnson County and Wyandotte on the state board. I have 2 kids on gifted IEPs. And though my background is in technology and software, I've been lucky to kind of have some overlap with education and that I work for education companies along the way. And so this will be a great introduction for a new book in my computer on abbreviations and acronyms. So I will do my best to follow along and welcome any tips. Thank you.
Well, welcome.
Good morning, I'm Wayne Ball. I'll be doing an orientation a little later on your responsibilities for Seac, so get excited and wait.
All right. Anyone else?
This is Alicia
Oh,
Nichols.
I can see her. Hi,
Alicia, why don't you tell them a little bit about yourself?
I'm one of the 4 assistants on the special education and title services team, and I help support Seac with Joyce.
Speaking.
And I do the minutes.
Oh, you do minutes. Thank you.
You're welcome for those 30-something pages.
And I'm Joyce Broiled, and I am the Seac assistant, and I am also Bert's assistant.
And I'm Bert Moore, and I'm the State Director of Special Education and Title Services. I think I trump Marvin because I had 8 years on Seac back in the 90s and early 2000s when I was a Director of Special Education at Chautauqua County Special Services Cooperative. And this is my 6th year as as Director of Special Education for the state. So that gives me 14
Yes.
years that I've been associated with Seac.
Well, everyone, welcome and thank you so much for your guys' dedication to this team, because this is a very important group. With that, I would like to go back and acknowledge that we were set for public comment, so I just want to open the floor for any public comment at this time. Okay, hearing none, then we will go back to Bert. He would like to give us the overview of the bylaws.
I think it would help you understand a little bit better about the responsibilities of Seac membership, especially when it comes to these questions, which some of them do not align with the bylaws. So if you look at the introduction, you'll have all the chapters of what's in this bylaws guidance document. You have your purpose is to, of Seac, is to support Kansas youth. You're composed of individuals and concerned with educating students that have disabilities and exceptionalities. And in this state, we call exceptionalities both gifted and students with disabilities. So if we say students with disabilities, then that means just those that meet one of the 13 categories of disability. But our state has identified gifted as an exceptionality in our state. So when we say students with exceptionalities, we include gifted and students with disabilities. So we have powers and functions and duties. One of those is to advise the state board on unmet needs in the state. If you go to the next page, you'll see our vision for Kansas. This comes from the state board. So we align our work with state board work. So I'll let you read that Kansas plan. And the mission. And please pay attention to that word each, because I no longer say all, I say each, because I can provide you all with a breakfast of bacon and eggs, but if you have allergies to bacon and eggs, did I meet your needs? So I've moved to using each as my preferred term when identifying student needs. The Kansas vision, that success word's pretty important. And then the definition of a high school graduate, a successful high school graduate, by the way. Notice the highlighted words. The board has set outcomes. Those outcomes are social and emotional growth measured locally. Kindergarten readiness, individual plan of study focused on the student's career interest, high school graduation rates, and post-secondary completion attendance. And then the division of learning services, which our special ed and title services team fits under here at KSDE, giving you some more information about them. Then talking about our team, special ed and title services, our purpose. Our team exists to support students in every classroom. The special ed goal, advisory goal is, will advocate for an educational system that achieves excellence, equity, and lifelong learning for all individuals. That should be each individual in Kansas. I'll make sure I recommend that for a change next time we do these. And then the special ed beliefs. We believe in partnerships for collaboration, for better services. Visionary leadership is essential for our services to meet the needs of each student. Innovation is essential to the process of lifelong learning. All child service systems must be provided in an integrated and collaborative manner. That means working effectively with general education, all education, each education. That education is an evolving process that requires innovation, continuous growth, and evaluation, and the needs of individuals in a diverse community must be met. Then you have membership. Under federal requirements, there are certain members that are to be represented on the council. And you fit one of these roles, and that's how you were selected to serve on the Special Ed Advisory Council. Another thing that we'll read about here in a minute is that 51% of our membership at a minimum must either be a person with a disability or have a child with a disability between the ages of birth and age 26. And we specifically, as a membership team, we'll get to that. That is your three leaders here. It's your past president, your current president or chair, and your chair-elect. They serve on the membership committee, and they're the ones that review all applicants and make the selection. I only am there to support them. I want them to make that decision. And so you were all selected by this leadership. And Jennifer King has served on that in the past as well. So you can look and see all and you'll notice the KSA means the Kansas statutes annotated. So it's in our Kansas statutes as well, and the federal requirements for who the members can and should be. And we align with this because that's one of the questions that's asked up here. We align with this requirement. So we just don't pick people to serve on Seac because we like them. We make sure that they can fit one of the categories. And the considerations, you'll notice then we have those all listed. And we're looking for that diversity in the population as best as we can. You're appointed to a 3-year term, and then you can have a second 3-year term. And some of you, 3 of you started a second 3-year term, and 4 of you, actually 5, because Sean Smith was selected at another date, but he's in his first term as well. So 5 of you are in your first term on Seac. You have your tenure and your expectations, and the idea is that you will be at the meetings and that you will contribute as much as you can. Be a good listener and share out whenever you have questions, make sure you ask them. There are no stupid questions. We don't expect you to be an expert in special education. And when you have those questions, be sure you ask. If OSEP says anything that confuses you when you're on your call, make sure you say, could you clarify what you mean by that? So that you get a better idea of what they're really looking for. Because sometimes they word things in a way where they're looking to catch something. So make sure you ask clarifying questions. Membership responsibilities are on the next page. You advise, this is the panel's must. You advise the state education agency and state board of unmet needs within the state in the education of children with exceptionalities. You comment publicly on any rules or regulations proposed by the state, including those proposed by the state board regarding the education of children with exceptionalities. A good example of that is the graduation task force, which Seac had membership on and had their own subcommittee to discuss students with disabilities that had special needs. And that was part of the recommendation then from the graduation task force to the state board. So you do serve on different things, and you'll have an opportunity to volunteer to do that as different task force and committees come up that Seac will be participating in. Advise the SEA and state board in developing evaluations and reporting on data to the secretary under section 618. We go over that through our state performance reporting and our annual performance report. We share the data with you that we've collected from the state and whether we've met requirements or we're not within those requirements, if we had slippage, and then what the state plans to do about it. And then we seek your input and what you would recommend that we consider as we look at that data. So there's a lot of data that will be shared with you. Advise the state board and the SEA in developing corrective action plans. My knock on wood, we haven't had to do that yet, but in this OSEP visit we're having in September, more than likely we will have one or more issues that will come up that we will have to develop corrective actions for, which means that you as a Seac group will be involved in that process. And then advise us in developing and implementing policies relating to the coordination of services. Notice up here in those 2 questions they talked about, it says that you develop the policies. What your role is to advise in any policies that are being recommended. We also have added into our process that we ask the Seac group to approve things for us, and that's why we have action items. Like the licensure issue coming up today. We will ask you to give approval for that or not approve it so that we can pass it on to our licensure team, and then licensure can share that with universities if Seac would so approve it today, which is something we'll go over this afternoon when we get to that item. We have to have a function of the majority, so we always have to have the membership in majority. 10 or more members must be here because currently we have 19 members, so a quorum is 10. And luckily today we have 11, so we can take any votes that you would all recommend to vote on. And then if you'll notice at the bottom, it talks fulfillment of state and federal regulations may require you to be involved in the following. We do support our leadership team to attend the Office of Special Education Programs Conference, which will occur the week of the 5th through the 8th of August. It's coming up. It's just about here. So, and we also will support them in other initiatives from time to time when they make a request, like the Tri-State Law Conference. We support that. We do have a budget for Seac. I know it's in here, but I just want to share this while I'm on it. So that you understand that the meals, and that will be discussed by Wayne this afternoon, in the orientation, some of the responsibilities. But food should be provided so that we don't have to close the meeting and then go out and then come back, and you know how straggling can occur. And sometimes you can't get your food for an hour. So we do provide meals, and we provide that function for you as well. You're going to provide advice and recommendations regarding the preparation and administration of the state eligibility document. We have an eligibility indicators document, which you can find on our website. Go to ksde.org. Go to the E and look for eligibility indicators. If it's not there, we'll make sure we send it to you. And we have eligibility indicators for every disability category, including gifted. So it's very clean, it's very clear, and it's used by school psychologists, speech paths, OTs, PTs, other individuals in the state, because it is a very well-written document. And if we ever amend it, like when we added dyslexia to the learning disability, we brought that before Seac. Providing recommendations or testimony. I know Marvin's done that before regarding special ed regulations revisions. Anything that might be recommended by the state board for a revision, you would provide comment. By the way, our Seac group under Jim McNeese, who would hear our conversations and said the state board really needs to hear this information, arranged for us to provide quarterly updates to the state board. Where in the past, when I served years ago, we went one time in January, the whole team sat in a chair and we might introduce everybody, and that was pretty much all we did. And then when I was chair, I asked the state board, what can we do for you? And that's when Steve Abrams said, you can study and give us information on autism. We're getting all these people coming to us and asking that only BCA should be used, or only this ABA, whatever. This is the program, so please review it. So we had a full meeting day on autism and brought in specialists to talk about it. And then provided an update to the state board. And after that, we've been more active in providing that support to our state board. And then presenting to the board. And Marvin's done an outstanding job. I know that Jennifer was involved in that. Lindsay was involved in that. And this year it will be Lindsay, Lena, and Marvin. So we do provide input, and we do provide opportunities for them to see the topics we're reviewing and any support we might need from them. And then developing recommendations concerning issues in special ed. And then the constituency. You're going to find an item on the agenda today about trying to get more diverse engagement by parents. Provide us with feedback, especially for indicator 8, which is our parent engagement indicator. Because our diversity is pretty low on that. So we're going to ask you to help us to find some solutions on how we might be able to reach out and reach those more diverse parents to fill out that one question. That's all it is one question on indicator 8, and get a response from our diverse parents. Then we have committees. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I'll let you read through it, but it talks about what committees, and the one is the membership committee in particular that is very active right now. But Lindsay, good call for a meeting, a committee to meet on a certain topic, 3 to 5 members that would get together and then research an item and then bring it back to the Seac for some action. Format for public comment. We have to have it on the agenda. We have to let people know that we have it on the agenda, and we always have it at a time allotted on the agenda. So anyone in the public can provide a comment, or any of you could provide a public comment if you chose to during that time. We have regular meetings. We have 5 of them per year. 4 is required, I believe, under our state guidelines, but we have 5. We found that that meets our needs to have those 5 meetings. Specially called working sessions. We haven't had to have any of those, but let's say the legislature all of a sudden comes up with an idea that is concerning for special education or students with exceptionalities. We may call a meeting to have that discussion so that you all can make a recommendation that can be shared with legislators. You have the committee meetings, public input sessions, public notice, the role of special ed and title. We're here to, I'm the secretary officially under state rule for Seac. And that means that I'm just here to support you and provide you with what you need. Really, Joyce and Alicia provide that AA support behind the scenes, and they're the ones who got the breakfast and got the notebooks, and I don't do that, I don't have time to do that, but they're very gracious about getting that done, but that's my role. Council meetings, they need to be called, and we have those. You have your meeting norms then. Basically, you've seen how we set up the meeting, how we start the meeting, how we have an agenda, how we try to follow the timelines. Council procedures. We operate in compliance with state and federal requirements. And then it just talks about where we set up and notify the public that we're having meetings, and we have official minutes. Actually, we have scripted minutes. I mean, you will not find an organization that has more thorough minutes than we have. I think it was 35 pages. And Alicia loves to do that. Smiles all the way through. We record them and then she goes back and basically transcribes what we talked about. Why do we do that? Because we don't want anyone to go to our website and look at what we're doing and think we're suspicious in the actions or behaviors of this group. And we want for the public to know what topics are being discussed, what actions are being taken or recommended by the Seac, so that it's out there for public display and everybody can read it and learn on their own what we do and why we do it. And then you have an appendix. You have the Kansas State Board of Education and how it aligns with special education, and also the things that we're accountable for at the bottom. Then you have the federal regulations for the state advisory panel. It talks about how we're required to have one. And by the way, there was one state that didn't have one and they got written up for it, and it's part of their corrective action and their differentiated monitoring, along with 10 other things that state got written up for. Not to mention Alaska. But anyway, Kansas statutes regarding the Special Ed Advisory Council, this talks about how we do have Kansas statutes to align with the federal, but we go a little deeper, have a little more information. And then about compensation, subsistence allowances, mileage and expenses. I believe that Joyce gave you all a form for reimbursement. You'll get one at every meeting, and you fill out from the time you left your house, whether it be the day before or that day until you arrive back home. You give her that information, any receipts that you have, you give the receipts to her. Our hotel pays the state rate, so make sure that you work with her on what a state rate is. And I believe she sent that out to everyone yesterday, or the $133.75 or whatever it was. I think I'm right on that. So just call Joyce anytime you have a question about if something's reimbursable. Now, I see that you have about 12 minutes that you may want to have some conversation, but I thought you should have that so you understand what we work under. So when these questions are asked in your own mind, you can say, does that align or does that not align with the bylaws and what we're supposed to be doing? Any questions? I hope that was helpful. Yes, Jen.
I was wondering about, so those 10 and 11, the questions 10 and 11, I start with like infant toddler services. And I just wondered how much of our answer should be leaning more towards like C, or B. I just don't know if they're like, I was wondering like what they're really wanting to know, or if that's just a standard question, or if we really do need to include.
I believe it's a standard question, and the real issue here is that the special education services here at KSDE are accountable for child fine from birth through age 21. So we have to do the child fine for infants and toddlers. And the other thing is we need to have a partnership with our Part C providers so that when we're doing screenings, that we're sharing information with the Part C providers on what we're finding and making sure there are good connections between the local district and those providers. There's like 30 of them in the state that provide infant toddler services. And then more importantly, getting to that C to B transition for indicator 12, when that child is 90 days before they turn 3, Part C has to notify the Part B provider that the child is transitioning, which gives that Part B provider time to do the evaluation and have the child on an IEP by their third birthday. That's one of our requirements for indicator 12.
I mean, that's what I do. I just was like thinking about this as a committee, the answers. I didn't know.
And I think the other thing you can say is for the infant program and for toddlers up to age 3, that might be a better question to ask the Part C provider. Because we do coordinate and communicate with them, but the service provision for infant and toddler, because in a lot of states, you need to understand, like Nebraska, they do Part C and B. So this would be a question that covers the Seac for C and B. And they also have to have an SICC, just like we have for birth to 3.
That's more what I was wondering is like, I don't want to like speak outside of the realm of what we really are experts on, if that
I
makes
think
sense.
that's great, Jennifer, and I think you can bring that up during that communication to let them know that other than the one time a year that we're supposed to meet with the SICC. So that the SICC and the Special Advisory Council can have that collaboration time. And last year, if you remember, we had a snow day when we were supposed to meet, and they canceled the meeting, and then we met on January 24th, and the SICC could not meet that day. So we weren't able to meet with them last year, and the year before, they wouldn't fit it into their schedule to meet with us. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. And so 2 years in a row, we have not had that collaboration with the SICC.
It's on the schedule for January. So.
Exactly. We made sure we got it on there this year. And hopefully no snow day or ice day. About 8 minutes. Anything else?
I have a question.
Yes.
In the bylaws, it talks about that SEAC may meet upon call of the state board. And in my time on the state board, I know that we haven't specifically, I can't think of a time that the state board has specifically requested something of SEAC, especially calling a meeting. Has that ever been used?
No, not during my 14 years, probably not during Marvin's. And the reason being, I think, is because the state board would alert us to any issue, in which case then we at SETS would get with our leadership from SEAC, ask for them on input, and perhaps then if they wanted to call a meeting. But the thing is, if the legislature all of a sudden voted on something that you thought was inappropriate, you as the state board could absolutely ask the SEAC to meet to explore the issue, just like Steve Abrams asked us to explore autism. That was the one time, I have to say, that was the one time when you did ask us to do something. It was under Steve's presidency.
Yeah, I think the closest that came to that was probably in 2015 and 2017 when we were working on ESI. There were a lot of extra meetings and the state board was very involved in some of those, but I don't think they actually called it. They just asked us to do it. And we just had a lot of meetings. So.
Good question. Anything else?
I just wanted to point out at the back there's a whole lot of acronym pages for your book.
And we probably need to get her a book, because she didn't get one. We have an extra book, so we'll get her one. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
All right, so, let's take a break. We're gonna take a break and coming back at 9:55. We'll quickly at 9:55, then make our motions. To the executive session.
At the door for just a second.
I don't know about that, but
And they want me answering all the questions.
So you're gonna have fun answer all those questions.
it's nice to do. First one,
But they were
Oh, good.
I don't know if online for here, so yeah.
And I had 7 emails yesterday. Hey, what is KSTE doing with this? And I'm like, since Katie.
Hold on.
You guys, your iPad?
was they said, we want a bill that is representative of everybody. We want all the constituents involved. They talked about the involvement of parents, community, schools. Our first meeting in San Diego in 1974. They felt so strong about it. Bert told you this morning, these requirements are in statute. When they passed the law, they said the state will have a state advisory panel. Which I'll give you a clarification from Melanie because of all of our acronyms. You'll see state advisory panel. You'll see special education advisory panel. You'll see special education advisory council. About half the states use the term council, half of them use panel. So just know when you see those different acronyms, we're really talking about the same thing. At the end of the slide program and in your notes, I gave you a link to the Ideas at Work website at OSEP. And they actually use SAP, State Advisory Panel, and State Special Education Advisory Council in there. So you look that up just so you won't be confused. I've tried not to put a lot of acronyms in this presentation. After the 2004 reauthorization, I worked with OSEP and actually did the training every year at their state national conference in Washington for state advisory panels, and we pulled together these slides. And so they're vetted slides that OSEP approved, so I won't give you misinformation. But that's where we got to today. So just notice in council, in Kansas, the council membership, the demographics. If you look at that list, I'll show it to you in a second, and what Bert went through this morning was the required members on the panel. Did you notice? And you'll see at the end of this presentation that what Bert gave us this morning mirrors what's in the federal law. The state really included all the federal regulations, and so that's to be admired. Kansas includes giftedness, as Bert told you this morning. Not all states do that, but the state has that prerogative. Just know that we do have that, and Seac represents that. Little slide.
Do I see you get the next slide?
I'm trying.
Okay, I should make sure.
Oh, there we go.
Can't tell if I'm just in
My computer's not working.
So this membership list, just know that one of these categories on here, you're representing as being on the panel. And so you were selected because you bring special expertise or knowledge about different groups. And this also helps ensure that we're really looking at the demographics across the state in representing the various populations. And I think it's fantastic. Next.
Sorry, I was talking to her about the clicker.
Next slide.
Oh, part of my clicker.
Thank you.
Okay, maybe now it'll work. Sorry.
Kansas also, with the required groups that's in statute, those members also has ex officio members, and that's the state's prerogative who they want to invite in. And in Kansas, they've worked very close to the Parent Training Information Center, Disability Rights Center, and our Senate and House legislative designees. Keep them in the loop, and I think that's really strong. And usually at our meetings, we'll have someone from, the disability rights here. They're not voting members. They're invited to come to the meetings and share in the discussions, and you're the core group that makes the decisions. And next.
Did the clicker not work?
Try your clicker, Wayne.
Do you turn it on?
Oh,
It's on. This means you just.
I don't want to.
You got pointed at Joyce like.
next slide. Okay, that's good.
Okay.
So also keeping up with the original discussion that we heard from Congress and their intent. They wanted to be sure that the special populations were represented on this state advisory panel. And so the special rule of 51%, the state has to have at least 51% of their members to have children with disabilities, to have a disability, be involved in that community project. And so, again, we're hearing from the voice of the people that know what's going on. So this is really important, and it's important to know that Congress felt so strong about this that they put it into the law, and that. Yes.
Mike Burgess just commented that he is here for DRC, the Disability Rights Center.
Okay.
That you had mentioned, so he is on.
Great, welcome, thank you. And next. So the representation, I think that one of the most significant things is that you're representing that group that I showed you earlier. You can get involved in the discussions, you can be an advocate and share your personal feelings and your thoughts. But when it comes down to trying to deciding the directions that we ought to go, you really should try to do that from the point of view of what does your constituency want? You know, what's the group that you're representative? How would they vote? And along with keeping with special education tradition, we try to reach consensus. And we try to reach consensus in making a recommendation to BERT, to the State Board of Education. That's the advisory part of your jobs. Next. Interesting, they put into federal statute that many years ago. They wanted a separate seating action, so guests, non-council members could attend the meetings. But they really wanted the focus to be, and if you notice how the room is set up, great job, Joyce. For the panel members are here. You're a collective group. We have the audience and visitors, you know, in a separate section. That's called for in statute. Next. Advisory. Wow. What's that mean? Well, let's go to the next slide. To give advice, inform, counsel, to recommend, to suggest, to guide. To come up hopefully with that consensus where you can make those recommendations. The collective wisdom of all of you will help direct what happens in the state of Kansas and how BERT proceeds with his staff and how the state board continues on. We heard this morning that there was at least one instance where the state board has asked the council for some help in, you know, pulling together guidance and those things, and so that can happen. Next. Just think about how this process might work. And as you see your 4 or 5 meetings a year, either state board, BERT, you, parents, other people, bring a question to the group. You have an opportunity as members to give your experience, your perspective, to share input, to have a discussion, pull in whatever resources and information that you might need, but then come up with some objective advice that you can pass on to BERT and the state board that hopefully will improve services for children with disabilities. There may be times you make a recommendation that for whatever reason the state didn't accept or won't accept. I don't think that's ever happened, but it could. But just know you've given your collective experience to make that decision. Next. And there's also a place for advocacy. It's important that we hear from everyone. And we appreciate that. And so when you're having your discussions, as I said, you can take the role if you want to share your personal perspective as an advocate. That's great. But when it comes down time to making a recommendation as a council, hopefully you'll put your personal biases aside and say, the group I'm representing really feels we ought to go this direction or that direction, and you come up with a decision that will improve the outcomes of children. Any questions so far? Next. As I said, these are some of the organizations that we have, and we have advocacy groups with disability rights on the calls today. And please consult them throughout your process of representing the state if you feel you need a certain perspective. They're there to help, same as you. Next. So just a little bit to talk about some of the procedures. Bert, as secretary, told you he's responsible for getting the meeting set up, providing the agendas, the public notices, getting everything out, and they said that needs to be done in a timely manner. And again, I think Kansas does a great job in doing that. It was also interesting that Congress recommended that, if possible, provide meals and refreshment at the council meeting. Because they know as parents, the responsibilities you have, and if we can work through lunch, get you in and out of here in one day, you've got families and things to do at home, that's really important. As you know, about 5 years ago, when the federal government changed their guidance on uniform grant guidance, they said you can't use federal money to buy food. Well, the first question that came up, well, wait a minute, it says in the law that, you know, we have to for advisory panels, and we actually asked the state again, clarification. Kansas got a letter back saying, no, we certainly expect that, it's in statute. And so Bert's able to provide, you know, the breakfast and the great lunch today. But again, it's a small price for the efforts that you put in, you know, to try to help us. Next. So these are not in statute, but they're kind of my recommendations as well. Work together as a team, but work closely with Bert and his staff, because we're all here for the same reason, and we want to have the best results and outcomes for children and their families. Understanding your council functions, responsibility, the difference between advice and advocacy, and to be able to discuss the new trends and things that come out in education. So I see all of those as things that you're really involved in. And Marvin, you can probably attest to that. You've been in a lot of these meetings over the years and how your role is responsible for that. Next. So recommendations for the advisory panel. Priority for you, Bert may bring to you, state board, are usually coming out of what's going on with the education in Kansas. We have the state performance plan, SPP, annual performance report. And the APR, Bert's staff is responsible to see that all of these areas that the state carries them out and that they're monitoring them, they see that we're doing them correctly. At the end of the year, when we turn this annual report into the Office of Special Ed Program, they make a determination on the state. Are you doing your job or not? They actually say you're meeting requirements, you need assistance, you need intervention. I can tell you, and this started back with the reauthorization in 2004 and 2006, it kicked in. Every year except the first year, Kansas has been in meets requirements. One of the few states in the country that can say that. That's amazing. But again, it's because you've followed the law. You've done the required things, you met the expectations. I just have, Bert, congratulations, that's amazing.
And it's their data, it's the state's data, all we do is report it. So I always compliment my directors and those folk out there that are delivering the mission every day, because it's your data that we upload and send to OSEP. So, yeah, we put it together, but you make it happen. And we work.
And as an advisory panel, you review those reports before they go in, so every year you've got a responsibility to look that over, so. So a big hand for that. The other important thing that's really been pointed out, actually since probably 1986, was the importance of working with the early childhood along with special education and thinking about, they divided the law into the B and C. B is 3 through 21. C is birth through 2. And actually in Kansas, the birth through 2 part C is Department of Health and Human Services across the street over here. And it calls for in the law, if you have an opportunity to meet together as a combined unit on that's certainly advisable. And Bert said we can't, last couple of years it hasn't worked out. But again, if there are major changes, things that come to affect both, it's a good idea. They have the Intercoordinating Council. That's what they call their Seac. Functions very much the same. They have annual meetings. And we've really had some good meetings over the years, that combined meetings, because again, we're all in process for the same results and outcomes. And the more we communicate, the transition process is so smooth in Kansas from part C to part B. That's why you're in meets requirements, because you fulfill those things. The other, thing is really supporting the improvement efforts that the state has. If the state decides they want to go a certain direction, they want to improve results and outcomes for children and their families, you can support that as a council. You can support Bert in being able to do that and making recommendations and guidance. And again, use the established laws and bylaws. Your bylaws, as I said, mirror the federal requirements. They talk about in the state bylaws to suggest the Robert's Rules of Order as a way to conduct your meetings. We'll have that handout.
That's what I handed out.
You got, okay, I put that in the packet. I borrowed that from Utah a few years back, but it's just a quick refresher. Robert's Rules of Order, how do I make a motion? Who can make a motion? Who can't make a motion? I just invite you, when you've got a few minutes or you can't go to sleep at night, pull that out, look it over, and so before you come to the meetings, you'll kind of know how we're going to conduct the meeting. Any questions on that? Next. So the big picture. Dun, 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 dun. Drum roll. We have the Department of Education. Underneath that, we have the Office of Special Education and Rehabilitative Services. There's Assistant Secretary for Special Education and Rehab Services. There's Glenna Gallo from Utah at the current time, and many times that changes with the party that's in control of the country. So Glenna may or may not be, depending on what happens in November, but he's in that position. Below there is the Office of Special Education Programs, or OSEP. And then OSEP splits between the state educational agency, the Part B, and the lead agency, which is our Part C, birth through 2. And they provide guidance, oversight, and all those things. And then OSEP usually funds several technical assistance centers across the country to support the state efforts. We have National Center for Systemic Improvement, we have the Center for Idea Fiscal Reporting, we have all kind of educational agencies, and BERT can utilize those and get technical assistance and provided by the government. I work for the American Institutes for Research in Washington, and we provide assistance to states across the country as well. But below the state agency, you can see the Special Education Advisory Panel and their role in giving advice to keep infants, toddlers, children, and youth where they should be, and give them the kind of the main thing. And on the other side, it's the birth through 2 Interagency Coordinating Council gives the same kind of advice there.
Bert, question,
Any questions on that structure?
sorry, related question for Bert. So we had talked about earlier changing an LA to an LEA because maybe you weren't, did we do that accurately, or should it have actually been an LA?
In the context, it looked like it should have been LEA.
I just want to make sure that our minds weren't just.
But we can go back and review that and decide at our next meeting if we wanna amend it. We'll look at the context in the minutes and we'll figure it out. I was thinking the same thing.
Good question, thank you. Other? Next slide. This is Bert's job description in his department. That's all he's responsible for. He's got 7, 8 areas here.
Am I not missing pieces?
And this puzzle was actually developed in Kansas. We met 2 days before Christmas about, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago. The Embassy Suites over close to the airport with OSEP and people from all across the country. Try to define what the job of general supervision was, and key about that is why I remembered so well. We had a snowstorm in Colorado, closed every entry into the state, and I got home on Christmas Day, spent the days before Christmas here in Kansas with my friends, we couldn't get out. But it's a pretty expansive list, and all of those things are things that you can help Bert and his staff with, but things that he's responsible for. In 2004 and 2006, when we had the last reauthorization, that was a primary focus of the Office of Special Ed Programs, was working with states on developing their oversight responsibilities, monitoring of school districts, technical assistance, those things. Then the last 5 to 7 years, it's dropped off because most of the states were doing what they're supposed to do. Well, like most things, you don't expect them to happen, they won't. So last year, OSEP included, next slide, a new indicator on our state performance report. Called, it's indicator 18, and it's called general supervision. And now the state will be, again, the focus of the Office of Special Ed Programs will be to ensure that Bert and his staff are doing what they're supposed to do, that the LEAs are doing what they're supposed to do. So that's monitoring, it's dealing with compliance and correcting compliance. Hopefully we won't have non-compliance, but we know we will. So we added that to the list, general supervision. We had 17 indicators on the state performance plan. Now we have 18. So Bert has a whole new responsibility of reporting. He's been doing those things, had that oversight over those areas for the last several years. But now the feds wanna see it in writing. So they'll be looking very close, and I think later you get maybe a presentation on DMS, where you'll explain more about what those stuff is doing. Well, here's the indicators. Pretty impressive group of things they're looking at. Back in 2004 reauthorization, they included significant disproportionality. Indicators 9, 10, and then SIG disc. And the Office of Special Ed Programs has been developing that procedure over several years, and it keeps getting revised every year. Actually, 2003, I met with Senator Inslee's staff to talk about what that should look like, what significant proportionality, because their concern was that now we're providing faith to all children, but are they all getting, is it equal? Do we have equity in everything that we're doing? And so we started looking at, are you over identifying certain groups and under identifying certain groups? And so that's a concern that came out of Congress. So we came up with more guidance around significant disproportionality, and it's a very key area. Again, Kansas has done a great job in only having a few districts each year that have had some issues with that. Some states have hundreds of issues with it, and it's been a real problem, and it takes a lot of supervision time. Next. Well, again, the state advisory panels, interagency coordinating council, all of those. I put this website in, OSAP ideas that work. You can click on this link and it'll take you to what the information they have on the state advisory panel. But it's also a great link for you to kind of keep at your fingertips. If you want to know anything about what's going on in special education or what requirements are or new things, click on that, and it's a pretty exhaustive list of everything that's happening in special education. And they put court cases on there, they put compliance issues, they put, you know, new trends that are coming out. And so it's one that I like to just visit from time to time and really keep myself up to date with what's happening. The next slide.
Switching interpreters.
Question was?
They're switching interpreters. So we have interpreters for
This is the interpreter. We are just informing you we're switching so that the one who is spotlighting could switch the spotlight to Jen, please.
From our leadership in Washington. And I know Bert appreciates it immensely. And he's not afraid to use you if he's stumped. He may ask you the question, you know. That's pretty much the overview. I don't want to give, you just had lunch. I don't want to push you to sleep. Are there any questions related to any of this that I can clarify for you, or any more information you'd like to have? Well, you're now a very informed group, and feel free to, you know, to read your bylaws, to read the information, you know, things that's out there, because just know you're very important people. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. A quick question before we go on. When's the last time we had anyone from the state legislature?
I was actually
Get
making
this up on
you about that too.
Yeah,
too.
what I do, years I've been chair, and I think some of the previous chairs have done this too. Yeah, you may have done it at the beginning of each legislative session, when they name whoever's gonna be in charge of that House committee or Senate committee, I send a letter inviting them to either join or provide a designee.
But the SICC has one, that's what I actually made to ask you about, that. Like, how do they manage to always have one way down? I don't know what we're doing.
Probably someone that's interested and has Part C as one of their passions.
Yeah, because we have never in my 10 years had someone from the
And we didn't
legislature
back in the 90s.
even respond.
2000s either.
So we Jim Porter was the one, he came out of ESI. And we may have had someone that came once or twice during ESI that was interested in that. And we thought it would be a good way to maintain some good relationships, some goodwill with the state legislature. They're busy, they just haven't worked it out, but I would welcome that. That you could do that in January when they come up with a new.
Yeah, so we did reach out recently, Patricia sent again, yes, but.
We did. And we had the same issue with School Mental Health Advisory Council.
Yeah.
We used to have multiple members from the legislature that came the first year. And then we're really not getting the attendance. Cause it's supposed to be Senate and House, and we invite their education committee if they wanna appoint someone, and we just can't get anybody to come. But they're ex officio members, they're not official members, so they would be here to listen and provide a report to you all if they had anything that they wanted to share. So we can send another letter, that's all we can do. They're not in session.
This may or may not, I mean, this may be completed. What about the opposite way? Is there anything we can send a representative to of theirs that we provide, instead of them coming to us, that we could, I mean, not that that's the ideal, but is there anything that might help going the other way? Just olive branch there, and then maybe we can get them to come over here. I don't know what exactly.
I mean, I just feel like it's a great thing that we have in writing that's never, I mean, I was pretty sure I already knew the answer to that, but wanted to pose the question, with the state of education coming, or the overall feel we get from that side, and be sure wonderful for them to look some people in the eye and have those conversations, or at least hear what we're having to say. But
We can try again.
can't force them, obviously.
Yeah, and in the past, the chair has testified numerous times. When I was chair, I testified numerous times in front of different committees on behalf of Seac. And would always express to the House Committee or the Senate Committee of Education that they were welcome to. So I know they have busy schedules, so. But I do think it's a good thing we have it on there, just because we would welcome it.
Anything else anyone has on that? We will continue on. So next to the floor, we have Brian Dempsey with SPP APR and DMS update.
Whoa.
Okay, Brian.
I don't know what I did, Tris. I think this is working. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I know most of you, some of you are new members. My name is Brian Dempsey. I'm an assistant director on the special education and title services team. And my team does a lot of the monitoring of the local education agencies or LEAs, also the school districts. They're not always the same. And so I'm here to talk about first, differentiated monitoring and support for OSEP's responsibility to monitor the states. So as Wayne talked about our annual performance report, and Bert talked about, we use all the local data and that feeds up to OSEP on how we're doing from a compliance and performance perspective. OSEP looks to every state, and they last did this process in 2009 or 10, and they're getting around to it again. They've gone through one cohort, we are in cohort 2. So I've talked to the group several times about this, and I left this slide in. This is just kind of a summary of explaining the history of where we're at. And as Wayne pointed out, they've gone from compliance to adding results as well. And we'll see those as we go through the SPP APR part of it. So that's just a little background. So this process began in 2016. We were notified of our cohort about 1.5 years or 2 years ago. So we've been slowly getting ready for this and getting ready for their site visit coming up. Okay. I left this in here, so it'll be in your materials. And really, when Wayne's slide had the puzzle pieces, it had all the components of our general supervision responsibilities. Those are kind of down here. So some of the components are fiscal management, the integrated monitoring and sustaining compliance, kind of our general supervision responsibility, dispute resolution, which is mediation, formal complaints, due process hearings, the data side, which includes the SPP APR, so all the data we collect, and then implementation of policies and procedures. As OSEP has been monitoring states, other issues arose. They included new protocols. One, Wayne didn't talk about the protocol, but it's significant disproportionality. So these protocols are kind of general questions that OSEP might ask, and then with some fleshed out details of what they're looking for. So it's just a guide for states to be ready. So as we work with LEAs together to improve the outcomes for students, it's not about a gotcha. This process for OSEP really isn't about that as well. So they've been pretty transparent on what they're looking for, where they're going to start their questioning, and then every state is individualized. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. So significant disproportionality is a protocol they added. Child find is a protocol they added. That is driven by a couple of other states. Idaho received a guidance letter from OSEP about child find and some of their practices. Some other states, so let's back up a little bit. So every district has a child find responsibility. They have to find all students with disabilities within their boundaries. One of the processes of that is offering general education intervention. So maybe you think, not that you think a child might have a disability, but if they're struggling, a lot of times you'll hear MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support. You'll hear RTI, response to instruction, or GEI, general education intervention. So they might talk to the family about, why don't we try these different modalities and see if that will help. And if it does, good. If not, it becomes data that they would use to conduct a complete evaluation. Is that required? No. At any point, a district can recommend an evaluation, a parent can ask for an evaluation. You're not required to go through that. Some states did require a time frame for that GEI. So that's part of what drove OSEP to develop the child find protocol. We don't think that's an issue here, but it doesn't mean they won't ask us about it. The last protocol that they developed throughout this as well is discipline. And it's something they've been emphasizing since they issued guidance on discipline in the summer of 22. So the last several years, they've been focused on that as well. And as everybody on the team knows, we've talked about indicator 4. So those are the protocols. The new people, I tend to go quickly. If you have questions, just raise your hand. There we go. So what does the process look like? There are 3 different phases. Phase 1 is document requests and protocol interviews. So that is kind of the discovery phase. So that started for us about 5 months prior to our visit, which is September. So we received our discovery request about mid-April. So what they did prior to that was scoured through our website. So they're going through their own protocols. what has KSDE posted on its website that we can find. Not everything's required to be up there, so if they didn't find it, or maybe they thought it wasn't quite accurate, they asked us to formally give us this document. So that was April. We supplied that information to them early May, and then it's kind of been ongoing from there. So they might ask for clarifying documents as we've had conversations with them, we'll provide them that. We might come across documents that would be very good examples when they're here on site, we might provide that in advance as well. So it's a real formal process of uploading, so everybody has the same information. So they're in that process. The interviews, those started. So they're interviewing, it's not just an on-site visit for SEAs only and our staff. As you know from this morning, they're interviewing stakeholder groups. So they interview the state advisory panels. They've talked to LEAs. They did that in May through June. We selected some LEAs for them and they've interviewed them. They're talking to our other stakeholder groups. They're talking to Families Together. Families Together is helping them put together parent tables, and they're going to interview a couple of parent panels as well. So that's all ongoing at this point. The other thing they're doing is they set up every other week phone calls with Bert and his team. And then through that process, they're just trying, so if something comes up in an interview, they might ask us to clarify. It kind of helps drive, they're getting ready for their on-site visit. So for Kansas, they don't have time to go through everything. So what are we doing well? What can they tell from the data that's going well? And where do we think we might want to ask some questions? So if issues have come up, or if they've heard things or read things in the paper, those might be areas they'll focus on when they're here. They will also then use these opportunities or calls to learn about our system. So as Wayne pointed out, there are 3 acronyms he talked about that you'll hear about: state advisory panels. There are acronyms for everything. So some of the national technical assistance centers Wayne talked about, we had come out, we did kind of an internal mock interview, and it really is, you get so used to your system and what your language is. It's interesting that you just start talking and people then stop you and say, what does that mean? So it's really hard to be cognizant. So there were a couple times, we know our system is good, we know what we do, and you just get so used to doing it for years that it's a kind of an eye opener to stop and try to explain it. So we're putting all that together. So those are going on. Those every other week phone calls are going on. Some document requests have come out of that, so we upload that. And for further clarifications, it's also an opportunity for us to clarify with them. So Bert will reach out and say, hey, next time we're on the phone, we want to talk about this subject, just to clarify what you might be looking for, or what we can do to help you. So that's where we're at now. Joyce, can you move me? Can't get this thing. There we go. Phase 2 is the on-site or virtual visit. So this has occurred differently throughout their process. With the pandemic, a lot of it was virtual. They've tried to get back to on-site. Their plan is to do on-site with us, but I think it might be a hybrid. They might have some of their team virtually, and then some on-site individuals. And then that is going to occur Labor Day week. I think it's September 3rd, and they'll be here then. And they're doing part B and part C concurrently. And they're setting that up intentionally with every state. So there might be a joint meeting that they might ask both of us some questions, and we'll set that up for them. I know this mic is for online. Is it also coming through the speaker? Okay. And then phase 3 is the closeout and follow-up. That's just after the onsite, they've collected all their data. They'll do a closeout letter to us that's supposed to be within 90 days. So around the first of the year. That has not been occurring with cohort 1. It's taken some time. They are getting better, but probably still not going to be 90 days for us. And then that will tell us where our findings are. So once they've issued letters, we also it's an opportunity for subsequent states to learn. So we've mined letters that they've already issued, what have been findings in other states, what are hot, sometimes you can figure out what are hot button issues to help you prepare. And that's been telling as well. Okay, so our engagement, we're cohort 2. I've already told you we're in September, Labor Day week. And it's hard to see, we're on team C. They're doing part B and C at the same time. Okay, I think that's it, right? Okay, any question? I know I went through that quickly for members who've been here. I hope it's just a refresher. For new members, if you have questions, I'm happy to answer those. Joyce, I think I'm doing SPPAPR wrap up as well. Do you have that?
They got the ones, hold on. Sorry, did you send me to?
Did you send to Brian? Did you send her to DMS and SPPAPR?
Yeah.
She's looking for it.
Sorry.
Ryan, can I ask you a question a little bit? You spoke to us in April about indicator 18, and I thought I remember something you said about the state, some decision was gonna be made in June on that, but is there anything new?
So Wayne teed that up really well. Indicator 18 is the old indicator 15, if anybody's been here long enough. It is all of our compliance in one indicator. So if we find a district non-compliant for anything, they should come into compliance within a year. They have 12 months to do that. So indicator 18 will be a compliance indicator where we report all of our non-compliance, and then we tell them that all these districts come into compliance within a year. It's focused on the compliance indicator, so it's 4B, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. The first year, so for February 25, for FFY 23, all OSEP will do is pull out those compliance indicator numbers and dump them into 18. They should match up. So we'll report, and those compliance indicators, they'll pull those down. What we will work on internally this year, over the next couple of years, what they will add are related, air quotes, related matters to indicators. So they issued a document for each indicator identifying the legal requirements or the related legal requirements for each indicator. And so we are putting those in our process documents. And probably the easiest example for me, so for due process or for formal complaints, if we get a formal complaint and we substantiate a district and we think that that relates to an indicator. So if it's a child fine, they didn't do a timely evaluation, that would relate to 11. That would be one we would report in indicator 18. Okay. So that is not something OSEP's requiring states to do right now. I think we have a couple of years to roll that out. So the National TA Center has developed a nice spreadsheet to help guide us through that. So I think we'll do internal runs, dry runs the first year and work with TA centers. So when OSEP does require it, we should be ready to go.
So no changes to those non-compliance indicators at this point in time, because I've been.
Pardon me?
So the non-compliance indicators, nothing has changed. Indicator 18 doesn't change anything for that at this point in time.
No.
Okay.
And while Joyce pulls that up, if Wayne wasn't clear, we did meet requirements this year again. So we're happy about that. We submitted January 29th. OSEP provided some comments. And then we replied to those comments, and then they issued their determination in mid-June. So we met our requirements again. Those are based on NAEP scores, the National Assessment of Educational Progress that students take. is part of your score, and then there's a matrix and a rubric for your APR submission, so they score everything. So for example, we did lose a point on the APR side on dropout. So our dropout is indicator 2, we met our target. But what OSEP does is they break the states into thirds, and then whatever your rate is, they put you in those categories. So we're in the middle third of states on our dropout rate. So we lost a point on that, so it's 2, 1, and 0. And graduation though, we were in the top third, so we got 2 points on that. Okay, here we go. So we'll roll through this. So in January, we kind of went through everything. Remember, we didn't quite have the indicator 3 data yet. It was coming in on January 25. I think in April, we just did a real fast run through again because we didn't have anything final. So this is the format on the final reporting out we've used over the last several years. So I thought I'd try to stick to the format. Oops. Indicator 1 and 2 are on this slide, and it's graduation. So you'll have the definition of what it is. Those that timely graduate with their cohort. So it's not a student who might take 5 or 6 to graduate. It's a student who graduates with their cohort on their incoming freshman year. And then 2 are dropouts of that same cohort. It's the same numerator and denominator, so you get more of an apples to apples. That changed the last couple of years. It used to not be a comparative. And we met our target on both actually. So historically, you would have seen a dropout rate of about in the 2s, usually 2.5% of students with disabilities dropping out. You'll see it's about 16% now. That's what that change in methodology and it's comparable. So when you go back, if you converted all those 2%ers, it would have been about the same. So when you see that, when you're looking at trend data, it's not a huge increase in dropouts. It's a change in the calculation. And then, so what we'll have is, I included slippage statements. We had some slippage on a couple of indicators. And slippage is when you have worsening performance from one year to the next. If you greatly improve, you don't have to count that as slippage because you're improving and you're getting closer to meeting that. Slippage, if it's measured in 10% intervals, is a change, a worsening of 1% or greater. And if your measurement is less than 10% intervals, it's a worsening of 0.1% or more.
What slide do I need to be on, Brian? I'm so sorry.
The first one. I think this works, Joyce.
Okay.
So if you just get me up, I'll take it from there.
Okay.
There we go.
Sorry.
So we're okay on 1 and 2. Again, we did lose that point on indicator 2 only because they compare us across the country. Assessments is indicator 3. Remember, there are 24 different components to this. We won't go over everything, but it's participation and performance. A is participation, B, C, and D are different components of performance. So I did put up our data. Here's what I did. For E's, where it says data, and some of these columns will be inverted, but when you see the FY22 data, if you don't see any language, we may not have hit the target, but we did not have slippage, so we're not worsening. And I put the target in for all of them so you can see where we met it or not easily, but I took out the baseline for this year. So as you can see for indicator 3, you look at reading and math, 4th, 8th, and high school or 10th grade. And so 3A is just participation. We did well there. B is proficiency. And we had no slippage there. And again, everything is the same as far as 4, 8 in high school and reading and math. C.
Brian, can I go back?
Yep.
I'm sorry. Just so I read this clear, you said we have no slippage there. Our reading grade 4 was 17.43% for the data. our target was higher, but I'm assuming that our 21 data was lower, so we increased, but we didn't meet our target.
Perfect. Yes, Marvin, that's. Yeah, it probably would have been easier to leave at 21. So yes, it didn't worsen more than 1% from 21 data. The exception is if you exceed your target and you drop the next year, but you're still above your target, that's not slippage. It's only slippage when you're below your target and you get worse. So 3C is about proficiency. We did have slippage in grade 8 on both reading and math. And for our statement, we did feel this is still related to the outcome of the pandemic for reading and math for proficiency for 3C. And this is the only pandemic-related slippage statement. We didn't really have that many this year.
It may interrupt one more time, because this is a lot of data and we have 5 new members here. So when you say proficiency, can you explain how that ties into our state assessments or our alternate assessments? So that's what this is, right?
So B is proficiency on grade level academic achievement standards, which is general.
Meaning
Can
the
you
level
what
2
is
on the state
proficiency?
assessment?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, for our new people here, can you explain what proficiency is?
Yeah. If you're looking
Okay.
at proficiency, you're looking at how the students as a group score on the assessment. And we've set levels 3 and 4 as proficient in our state. Level 2 is nearing proficiency. Level 1 is far below proficient. We have a lot of our students with disabilities that are scoring at level 1 on the assessments. So when you look at the reading and the math for grade 8 in particular, for proficiency, I think I see them on there. You'll notice how they scored, and we don't have proficiency for our students with disabilities. They may meet a target and they may have an aim line where they're showing growth over time. And that's where that slippage statement comes in, is when they drop. And then we have to address it if it's more than 1%. But I think when we look at proficiency as a state, we're looking at students scoring at level 3 or 4 on the state assessments.
And B, go ahead, Bruce.
We have very few students with disabilities that score in level 4, and we have a few more that score proficient in 3. Majority of our students with disabilities are scoring 1 and 2. So they're below proficient.
And B are the students taking the general assessment.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Because we have to compare them.
Joyce, can you click me to the next? C is the same explanation, except these students with disabilities are taking the alternate assessment, or the DLM. It's what dynamic learning map, sometimes you'll hear that. So we had slippage in grade 8. Reading and math, this is COVID related. So these are students taking the alternate assessment, which overall is less than 1%. Again, this is the statement. We think it's still left over learning loss from the pandemic. I think you'll see, these are the students with the most cognitive disabilities. And then D is the gap in proficiency. So what's the gap between students with disabilities and those without disabilities? And the slippage here in reading is grade 4 and math is 4 and 8.
Can I ask what the DLM is? The DLM, what is that?
The dynamic learning map, it's the alternate assessment.
Who is that? Who qualifies to take that?
Students with significant cognitive disabilities, but it has to be significant. You can't just have a cognitive disability and you go to the alternate assessment. We have actually a scoring guide that districts are to use to determine if a child should take the alternate assessment. And we are limited as a state to 1% of our students. And if we're over 1%, we have to write and ask for a waiver from the federal government to be above that one. And then if we don't show that we are decreasing, getting closer to the 1%, then we're found not to be what's the word I want to look at? We're not compliant, and therefore we would lose points. I mean, on the results, we really are not looking at 100%, but we do have limitations. We have reading and math that are limited for the alternate assessment, and we have what we call the essential elements, which is the standards that are written for students with significant cognitive disabilities, and they're supposed to be challenging. And what we found is, as Carrie has worked with our districts to get students removed, we had a lot of students that were proficient on the alternate assessment because they shouldn't have been taking it. So as we have removed those students, the students that are remaining are scoring at a lower level, and therefore we're not surprised by the level of achievement that they're showing. And also you have to show growth over time, so you can't select the same ones or go to lower standards. In the essential elements, you're always supposed to be trying to increase their proficiency, which means it's harder and they're not scoring as well. But these are our kids with significant cognitive disabilities. So we've done great as a state, and I want to bless Carrie Rogers for that because she's worked very strongly with every district to get the right students taking that assessment.
See, and I know in our district, which is the prison, our kids that fall into that category is much higher than 1%. And I think that Trish can testify to that too. We've got some very low functioning kids, which is.
That's
And it's a state, and it's a state 1%.
Yeah.
So there are some districts, if you have a higher percentage for whatever reason,
That's true.
Carrie will talk to you about that. She won't make you as a district get below 1%. She's looking at the entire state, and there may be reasons why your district is above, but then somebody else is below.
Do you have students taking the DLM?
Trish has never heard it. I've never heard of it either.
I had recommended it several different times, but Kathy Ko went through the checklist because she's the SPED director that oversees Lawrence Gardner High School, and she would not qualify them.
And we've
So
got.
she would go over that probably with
We've got
Carrie
several
Rogers.
kids that are ID that are reading at kindergarten to first grade level. And
They're reading.
But they're reading.
Sometimes- Yeah, but they're reading. And so,
Right.
you
well,
know,
we have one that's not. I mean,
there's just a
Yeah.
lot to look into. That's definitely something to look
Yeah.
into.
I think you can follow that up with your director that works with the Lawrence Gardner system for that one student in particular, and see if you can get that student approved. It's a lot of work on the part of the teacher because you're doing portfolio assessment, you're having to do a lot of collecting around the essential elements. We found a lot of teachers that find that it's just too hard and they'd rather that students take the general assessment. But if you're doing it right, you want the child to take the right assessment. So work with, I think Kathy Ko is still the director. Work with her, Smoky Hill, and say you have that one student that you feel really needs an alt assessment.
But that's why you didn't know what it was.
But just remember that there's a lot of accommodations, like they could qualify to have it read aloud to them. If they could understand the content, but they can't read. I mean, so there's also looking at what accommodations would be available.
and I don't think that our testing person that's in charge of our testing is actually doing that.
Okay, well, that's a huge piece, I think. But again, Carrie Rogers is
That's true though.
the best person to work with.
Carrie Rogers, and you do have to apply for the accommodations to make sure that it's consistent with everything else, but her and the assessment team, Julie Ewing, review those together, and we really improve the utilization of accommodations so students can take the general assessment.
I want to say one more thing before I forget it, because I learned this like way later than I probably should have learned it. But you could have students who are like in that MTSS process. So students that don't even have an IEP yet that might qualify, not for the DLM, but qualify for accommodations on the general way. That's not like read aloud. I wasn't aware of that, and so you could look into that, you might not even have a kiddo on an IEP and recommendations.
And this is kind of maybe a Pandora's box that I should not open, but when we are looking at proficiency back to those are kids in level 3 and 4, where does the disconnect happen in the field to grade level being level 2? Because if grade level is level 2 and we're calling proficient 3 and 4, there's some kind of a, you know what I mean? There seems to be a gap in that communication. Okay.
I
It's
think
been
it's
said.
where the state determines that they're gonna put their cut score. And when they developed this assessment and they did the cut score setting, they set it at that level 3 and level 4. And at the time, they did not consider 2 to be non-proficient. It was nearing proficiency. But it's very interesting how the legislators have twisted this, and then that language has kind of become universal when you think in terms of 3 and 4, because they voted a bill that if students aren't scoring at 70% of the students aren't scoring at level 3 or 4 by I believe it's 2030, then systems will begin to lose their at-risk funds. So I think there's some legislative intent here, and then the state board also sets those cut scores through the information they receive from the assessment team. And we do have a brand new assessment that's going to be available, and those cut scores have not been set yet, to my knowledge. So that may be a place where
And
Seac can have
Seac
some-
usually has some input on.
Yes, so there's an opportunity.
Well, and if that is going to be the direction it is, and I just think there's gotta be some clarification, because in the field, like, if I'm saying 2 is grade level, and then I'm saying, oh, but not good enough, then, as a teacher, then I'm like, am I ever gonna be good enough? You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like it's a negative play on that, and so if that's where it's gonna be, then how can we look to change language too?
But we also need to consider that we put a lot of weight on a state assessment, which is a one point in time. And it is a very complex assessment because it is not just simple answers. It has multiple steps of problem solving, especially in the math area, where you have to do the solve, and then you have to put that information into the process to find the correct answer. Some students have difficulty with that. You're best to look at your post-secondary success rate and to look at how students do after they finish school, and are they working, are they going on to school and being successful? And so if it were me, I would be putting all of my eggs in the basket of post-secondary success and use the assessment as one measure, but not the measure. That's me. I'm being very honest with you.
And
with my feeling.
the new KESA accreditation model is going to have impact on those too.
And when they develop that, and they have the guidance documents that will come to the state board where they'll be receiving those, we'll see where that ends up. Is that correct, Mel?
And I just as a parent of a child that, not to go into the long and short, but he had zero, I adopted him and he had zero experience and exposure early on. And so like for me, I know the 1, 2s, 3s, 4s, I'm like, oh, grade level at 2, awesome, but really I'm like, oh, he grew from here to here, like that's tremendous. But then not proficient is kind of, you know what I mean, I don't want him to hear the word, and not that it should be, but I'm just saying like, that's where some of that becomes concerning to me, because I'm like, I celebrated his growth, you know, which was wonderful, but at the same time, I mean, C's are average, right? Like, and we forget that often in education. We all want the A and B, but C is average. And so if they're meeting the grade level standards versus achieving higher than that.
How about if we add this as an item for the next Seac meeting? And then we can do a deeper dive and perhaps have Bev Foltz and Julie Ewing come down and visit with you all about the assessments and be clear, and you can ask her the questions.
Perfect.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
We'll add that for.
Sorry, I knew that was gonna open another door, but.
No, that's great. Thank you. I do want to point out, you'll notice we have slippage on numbers that are higher than the target. So some indicators, lower is better. This is one, this is a gap, right? You don't want a big gap between students with disabilities and students without. We're trying to narrow that gap. So that's why there's slippage, even though if you just eyeball it, you might think it's improvement. It's not, we're going the wrong direction. Okay, so the slippage statements for the gap. I know this is small for grade 4 for both reading and math. For both of these, we tied it into chronic absenteeism. So you've heard about that after the pandemic. So we don't talk about the pandemic, but chronic absenteeism skyrocketed. And when we looked and did a data analysis for these two groups, the difference is the fourth graders, their chronic absenteeism for this year that this was measured was 27% as opposed to 20% for all fourth graders. So absent more learning loss. And then for the eighth graders, I think it was even more stark. It was 34% chronic absenteeism for students with disabilities and 27% for those without. So we submitted that, no comment back from OSEP. That was our rationale. Okay, that's it for 3. 4 is
Hey, can I ask a quick question?
yes.
On the data versus the targets, when you guys looked at the slippage and or the gains, how did that look compared to the overall state sample of all students? Did they experience slippage or gains in the same direction, or was there similarities or correlations that you guys recognized? Did that question make sense?
Yes, I think that's Mike.
Yeah.
It does, Mike, and I don't think we looked at that.
Sorry, this is Troy.
Or Troy, I'm sorry.
Troy, that's something that we probably could have at the next meeting as well.
Yep.
So we'll make a note to get the information on gen ed growth or slippage through that year that we measured for 2022. We'll look at 2021 compared to 22, because this is what we're reporting in this SPP APR. And then we'll be able to do that alignment and give you that information.
Thank you.
Great question. Okay, indicator 4 is discipline. 4A is a performance measure. And then 4B is compliance. So that's why you see different targets. 4B is always going to be 100% of all districts should be in compliance. And it's about long-term discipline, 10 days or longer. 4A is in general, 4B is by race or ethnicity. And we set this last year. Remember a couple of years ago, OSEP had comments for every state for indicator 4. So we changed our methodology. So this is really the first year we submitted. So everything is the same, the 4.51. And then for the target and the data for indicator 4A, 4B is different because of compliance. It has to be 100% of the target. And then our performance, our percentage of districts was 4.71% flagged for long-term discipline. And then the follow-up then is to determine whether they're non-compliant or not. This isn't 4.71% non-compliant. It's 4.71% of our districts had significant discrepancy in discipline. And that's the first step. And then the next step is to review policies and procedures, how they're implementing those into practice. And that may lead to determination of non-compliance. So for example, the first year we identified 29 districts that were discrepant. So they had a spike in discipline compared to the rest of the state. And a handful of those were determined non-compliant, 6 or 7. Indicator 5 is your LRE data. And we did okay here. We had slippage in 5C, which is separate schools, residential facilities. So the most restrictive environment. We had slippage. We had an increase of students that were placed in there from the prior year of greater than 1%. And then indicator 6 is preschool LRE. And we did great there. I think we hit all of our targets there. So indicator 6, so sometimes we use, not sometimes, this data influences TA with the field. And so several years ago, our LRE for our early childhood, so indicator 6 wasn't very good. So we use that data to drill down to districts and at a state level as well and focus and provide TA throughout the state. And we've seen our performance really improve from that. The slippage for indicator 5, so school age, is primarily attributed to our largest LEA through technical assistance through us, reclassified a couple of buildings, and that led to an increased placement of students in the most restrictive placement. So most of it was at the other, I think it was 98. The rest of the students were spread throughout the state. There was no pattern. Preschool outcomes, we did well. This is an early childhood measure. It's indicator 7. It's social relationships, language acquisition. We did well. And then C is appropriate based self advocacy, efficacy, meeting their own needs. And we're doing well on these. Parent involvement is indicator 8. This is on the agenda later today. So this measures of those parents that responded, did they respond favorably? We met our target, we exceeded it. So it's not about slippage. The issue here is then it's a survey we sent out to every parent. The districts send that out. And then with all surveys, you're not going to get them all back. But we also look at, are you receiving surveys representative of your population? And we were not. So we analyzed that and we were not. So we received an OSEP required action for our next submission, which is due February of 25. And it's to look at that. So part of that review is coming here to get input from you, to work with families together, work with districts and see what we can do to better get a representative return on the surveys. For indicator 8, it was Hispanic. We were not representative of Hispanic families. So we'll work on that throughout summer and fall. Indicator 9, this is disproportionate representation. So this is part of significant disproportionality as far as identification. And 10 is by specific disability categories. And 9, we had 0 districts. 10, we had just a couple identified and working through there. So they're identified, they work through that, they come into compliance. So it's a compliance indicator. So they have a year. So by next report, they should be in compliance. 11 is child find or timely evaluation. So for those students we did evaluate, we do it within 60 days. And that's a compliance and we're always around about 99.5, 99.7. There's always a couple outliers. And again, no pattern. We look at the data, what can we do better? But there was no slippage on that. And then 12 is C to B transition. So when early childhood refers over, are we evaluating in a timely fashion? And again, we do pretty good there. We're same range. Some of it's just staff error. And I think this was 4 cases that got us down to 99.8. And staff error in calendaring, somebody was sick. There were a couple other. And then there are some exceptions that the feds allow that you can go beyond that. But and so those aren't added into that. The 99.84, what they missed is clearly just they didn't timely meet that. Secondary transition is indicator 13, another compliance, and we run about this again. This is at 16, according to the IDEA, every student should have a transition goal unique to that student. And if you need to invite somebody on transition, you invite them and get consent, and then invite the student if that's appropriate. Those are the 3 big components. A lot of the focus is on that goal though, and having that Kansas law requires that goal be in there at 14. But for this, we measure at 16.
So that data is based on 16?
Yes.
So we still have that small percentage that does not have in here by 16, you know.
It's probably just a poorly written goal.
14.
I think like
This.
Indicator 14 is post-school outcomes. How are our youth doing after they leave school? A is higher education, B is higher education or competitively employed, and C is higher education, competitively employed, or a training program. This is a follow-up usually by the districts. This is another indicator like 8, where we weren't really representative of 2 areas. One was the African American population, and 2 were students who dropped out, and we still follow up with all students who exit. So those are the 2 things. So Andy Ewing is working on, and that TA is reaching out to the districts and really providing support about reaching out on your own and opting into doing your own calls and following up on students and getting some buy-in. And that's what so that's the OSEP required action. We need to follow up. So when we submit for February of 25 for FFY 23. So for the new people, we're in FFY 23 for our APR, which is school year 23-24. So all the indicators data is based on last year's school year. Except graduation and dropout, which even goes a year back. It's called lag data. 15 and 16 are dispute resolution. They look at when you file for due process, you have to have a resolution meeting with the family within 15 days. So OSEP wants to know, hey, how'd those go? We don't report that. We haven't since I've been here. You have to have 10 to qualify, and we didn't hit that 10. So it's not a significant enough number to meet. 16, we actually had 11 mediations, so we had to report that it has the same threshold of 10. So this is the first year we reported that, and you'll see we reported slippage because it was a change from the year before, and half of them resulted in mediation, an agreement. And then our slippage statement for that is just the variance in filing of mediations. There really isn't a reason we were barely over the threshold.
Brian,
Yep.
Mike Burgess asked, do these indicator 14 measurements only look at competitive employment, or is it competitive integrated employment?
Marvin here, I made those phone calls just 2 weeks ago. I don't think the script even questions it like that. And it's a very short, simple script because you're lucky to get someone on the phone after 6 tries even. They don't want to talk long.
But it also does not.
No, it does.
Joyce, can you advance?
Well,
Yes.
There we go. Thank you. 17 is our, it's called the SIMMER, or the State Systemic Improvement Plan. This is what we've identified as a state we're working on, and really kind of the bottom of that is the percentage of students with disabilities who score at grade level benchmark on general outcome measured reading assessment for grades K through 5 in targeted buildings. So it's not statewide, it's just targeted buildings. We're focused on reading and closing that gap, and we're actually seeing success with that. I don't have anything on 18. You'll see that next year. That's it.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
This is Mike. And so just to clarify, since obviously I'm really in the weeds, and just make sure, like the difference in between, there are individuals who in theory can be competitively employed in a segregated setting. And I was just, so the answer is basically we don't know because we're not asking that. Was that what I gather from what Marvin had said?
Yeah, that's not on the scripted list of questions, and when I called, I had everyone from my former medically fragile nonverbal students who aren't gonna work, to others that were working their dream job, to others that were sitting at home. So you have every kind of student or parent of a student that you talk to. I think I'm trying to find my script now, I don't remember it. You got it, but cause does it ask about military anymore?
I am not seeing military
Yeah.
in there.
Yeah, I don't think it has included military, we've talked about that
Doesn't
before,
count.
because it doesn't,
Yeah,
you can't get those lists.
Peace Corps.
Peace Corps, but yeah, I mean. So it does, it actually gets down to more details, most of mine flagged off before I ever got down there, so. There is a competitive or other employment.
But it isn't looking at whether it's integrated at all.
That's true.
Employed for pay.
Okay,
Right.
that's, yeah.
But we should be all the same pay rate now, right? After recent legislation.
Not necessarily. It's not, Kansas has not banned it. The number of organizations that utilize sub-minimum wage continues to decrease. But we still have a lot of work to do because there's a lot of segregated employment that's out there, and that's still very much. I think we've got a lot of work to do in that space to help people to understand the benefits of competitive integrated employment, as opposed to kind of pushing students into segregated settings.
Dean has some thoughts, Mike.
Just a very specific clarification that, so for indicator 14, the specific language, and this ties back to what Marvin was talking about, the language that we ask about is dictated by what's in the statute, which was written by Congress.
Right.
And this particular statute specifically says enrolled in higher education or competitively employed within 1 year of leaving high school. So yeah, your point about the distinction there is well taken, but that is to answer your question though, the question that this is answering with indicator 14 is just competitive employment, not necessarily.
Perfect. Thank you. I assumed there was a reason for that, but just wanted to make sure I understood. So thank you very much.
Yep, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brian. I know we're a little bit behind schedule, but since we have someone here ready to talk, I think we'll go ahead and do virtual programs and then we will take a quick break. So I think we've got Dr. Kelso here.
I'm gonna hit the airport.
Well, there we go. Technology set up here. For those of you I haven't met or don't know, my name is Dr. Robin Kelso. I am moving to the mic, I promise. I know those folks on Zoom. And I am in charge, I guess you would say, of virtual schools here in Kansas. And I was asked to come talk to you guys. I promise that I'll keep it short. I know that I'm standing between you and a break, and I'm do not want to be that person that gets in the way of that. So thank you very much for having me. We'll go through this really quick. Joyce, I'm just going to ask you to advance the slides. This actually came from a presentation that my boss, Dr. David Fernkoff, and I did at the International Virtual Conference held. This time it was held in Austin, Texas. And so we co-presented this. I've pulled out the relevant parts for this particular piece, but that's who we are. Next slide, please. So virtual education prior to 2019, yeah, we kind of had a wild west going on there. So it really was like the wild west, and I'm feeling really constrained because I want to walk and talk. But basically, if you had a computer and you had a subscription service to Edgenuity, to, Florida Virtual, whatever, you were considered a virtual school, virtual program. And when Dr. Fernkoff came to KSDE as an assistant director in 2019, he became aware very quickly that something needed to be done. Something needed to be done. These schools are just out there doing whatever, okay? And in Kansas, there is, I don't know if there's a way to turn that sound on. I thought I had it out, apparently I did not, so you gotta love technology. So there are 3 different ways Kansas thinks about virtual. So you have you have a virtual school, which is identified by a building number. Okay, if the virtual school has a building number, they are defined as a school. They're no different than any other building in any given district. A district might also take advantage of virtual programming. Okay, and this is for maybe a smaller district or a district that doesn't have a lot of students that want to be involved in virtual enrollment. And virtual programs create an MOU with their service centers, and the service centers provide a virtual education. Okay, and then the very last piece was remote learning. That's kind of a leftover from COVID. Of course, our legislature has weighed in on that. You're limited, I think, to 5 or 6 days of remote learning per year. So obviously, it's not a very useful piece of virtual education. So Dr. Bernkopf comes in, realizes things are a mess. You can't find a list of programs, can't find a list of schools. Monitoring was haphazard at best. And he decided we needed to make a change. If we could go to the next slide, please. So it was pretty ugly. It was pretty ugly. As Dr. Bernkopf dug into the information, we have graduation rates from these virtual, whatever you want to call them at this point, just are terrible, 20% in some instances. Virtual schools had become a place for superintendents to send those kids, wink, wink, nod, nod. We want our high school graduation data to look good, so we'll just put those kids in virtual school and, you know, we'll hope for the best for them. So we had work to do. Next slide, please. So we began with our monitoring process. We have 4 documents that are part of the monitoring process that we do for virtual schools. Every district that has a virtual school with that building number has to send in these documents every year. Every 3rd year, however, the districts are actually monitored. And as much as I would like to go out and meet with all these schools, there's some cool stuff going on. The reality is there's just too many of them. And so we set up calls via Zoom. We meet in groups of anywhere from 3 to 5 districts. It's really a collaborative space, a place for districts, especially for our rookie directors to learn from the veterans. But it's also a check-in, okay, what's going right, a lot of reflection, what's maybe not going so well, how can we support y'all? And so we begin, Dr. Bernkopf really starts this process, and I'm kind of come in here in a few years and assist with that. So next slide, please. And our 4 forms are very simple. Just what they say, a narrative form is going to ask specific details. What's your program like? Who are the kids that you are serving? What curriculum do you use? How do you handle state assessments? All of those things that you might see as part of a monitoring process. Well, KISA 2.0 is coming online, so we may be changing a little bit. Assurance form is kind of what I call the nuts and bolts. Do your teachers have Kansas licenses? Are they an appropriate ratio between student and teacher ratio? The demographic form, where's your virtual school house? What district? What's the phone number? What's the email? And then the last one is professional development. Another thing that Dr. Bernkopf discovered, and I concur, professional development specifically for virtual teachers and principals is almost non-existent. And so we're working hard to make sure that they have opportunities, because teaching virtually is not the same thing as walking into a classroom. So these are our 4 forms that we use to monitor. Next slide, please.
Just a second.
Question?
Yeah, let's see. Couple new chats here. Oh.
Dr. Page said, ouch, that was a broad brush used to paint superintendents.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Said that was a broad brush used to paint superintendents.
Yes, I know. I apologize. I did not mean that in that way.
Not insulted. I just know good ones and bad ones.
Well, I will say, like, when I worked for a virtual school, the time was the biggest in the state, and we did do professional development, twice a year, everybody in August, everybody in January. So there are some, I don't know what they're doing now, but at least when I was there, that.
Right, and when I talk about professional development, I'm talking specific, everybody's got to do bloodborne pathogens. Everybody's got to do, you know, the standard things that, and then the district, of course, has their own initiatives, but we're looking for ways that those virtual teachers who are sometimes very isolated can find a community of their own through professional development. That's what I meant by that. So not too long ago, we recognized still that graduation rates are a little bit of an issue, and part of the trouble is a lot of times there's still kind of a mindset about, you know, getting our graduation numbers up, getting those graduation data in a better place. And so we had a law passed that students who enter a virtual school with, say, 2 credits cannot reasonably be expected to graduate with their cohort if they're a junior or a senior. And so this additional law gives some flexibility so that those graduation numbers maybe aren't as dismal as they might otherwise be. Because a lot of times virtual students come to virtual schools because they're behind in credit. The traditional brick and mortar is not working for them. So this is another thing for them to try, but because they are so far behind, districts were being penalized, which we didn't think was fair either, because they're taking a chance on getting these kids graduated. So this was kind of a welcome piece of relief, and kind of begins to move us on down the road a little bit towards those improved graduation rates. And next slide, please. So again, we were kind of like doing this Western thing since we were presenting in
my great grandfather. He was the first cat herder in our family. Herding cats. Don't let anybody tell you it's easy. Anybody can herd cattle. Holding together 10,000 half wild short hairs, well, that's another thing altogether. Being a cat herder is probably about the toughest thing I think I've ever done.
I got this one this morning, right here. And if you look at his face, it's just ripped to shreds, you know?
You see the movies, you hear the stories, I'm living a dream. Everyone can do what we do.
I wouldn't do nothing else.
It ain't an easy job, but when you bring a herd into town and you ain't lost a one of them, ain't a feeling like it in the world.
I know cats are having a moment right now, so anyway, it does feel a little bit, you know, wild west to kind of beginning to bring our herd of cats together. Because the other thing about virtual education in Kansas, because of local control, we have wildly divergent virtual school offerings. It's just really all over the place. They each serve a purpose. They each fit within their local community needs, and that's all we can ask for. But sometimes it is a little bit like herding cats there. So next slide, please. We are constantly looking for those proverbial holes in the fence, and that's where y'all come in. Next slide, please. Dr. Bernkoff discovered this, and I concur. I came on board here in 2021. It seemed to us that virtual schools were screening students with IEPs. And it took some data collection, extensive collaboration with Mr. Moore and the SETS team. And it became clear that there were a handful of schools, which were addressed with those particular schools and who shall remain nameless, that were doing just that. And so we addressed it with those schools, but it occurred to us that maybe this was a hole in the fence we needed to address more broadly. No, you may not screen for 504s, you may not screen for IEPs. Take all comers. You are a public school. And we've been beating that drumbeat for the last couple of years. The catch is, of course, next slide, please. If you know about virtual education, the statute says it must be independent of time and place. A district cannot require Johnny to come in for reading at 9 o'clock, Zoom in on Google Meet or whatever platform they're using. Cannot require that, which makes it hard on the IEP end to provide those supports, which we're back to that professional development piece. As Dr. Bernkoff and I have worked to provide special education support, consultation. We often come back to our SETS team. We've got this particular issue. Do you have suggestions or ideas? And we kind of act as a go-between between the district and our SETS team. So We try to have regular special education professional development. A lot of that happens at our conference in February, which if y'all would like to come and even present because you are the experts. We would love to have you to attend that conference. And I think maybe this might be the last slide. Really, really brief. What questions can I answer for y'all? I mean, I think the highlights are virtual schools should not be screening for IEPs, 504s, any sort of exceptionality. And that we recognize that there's a challenge because of that time and place being independent of each other, that it's on us to provide some kind of continued professional growth for our educators. So, okay, yes.
So I heard you talk about the forms that the district has to fill out, and then you guys meet with teachers, and I guess people at the district level. Is there any kind of monitoring or questioning happening with like the students and the families to see if there's a discrepancy between what's being reported and what's actually happening?
Reason I brought something to write with. It is a very limited capacity, but that's a pretty good idea. That's something I should probably follow up with and develop a little bit more. I see another hand. Yeah.
So if I understood right, you said that the monitoring that you do every 3 years aligns with the cohort cycles for the other monitoring, I assume that we all do. So are the expectations of the virtual schools with building numbers the same as the virtual programs that are operated with the MOUs with the service centers, or how are those service center programs monitored?
They are monitored in the exact same way. Their forms are slightly different because, for example, Greenbush Virtual Academy, which is the Greenbush outside of Lawrence, I believe has 40 or 50 schools under their virtual umbrella there. And so their forms are slightly different, but in terms of how they list out who they're responsible for, but in terms of making sure that they're following fate and complete and doing the things that they need to do to provide that education, yes, we do monitor them as well.
And so how are questions related to special education being addressed if these are going to the districts and they're part of interlocals or co-ops?
Right, so right now, our special education piece of this monitoring is not as robust as I would like. It's a couple of questions around compliance, and that's about it. And that's an area I'm hoping that we can work on and improve.
I just want to jump in and comment. I appreciate this presentation. I think you captured it perfectly. Since COVID, virtual education has turned into the Wild West. And I'm just so pleased to see that there's monitoring being done, because when we do have kiddos go into the virtual education world, and we've both got our hands in the student's outcome in terms of the co-op and the school district, things can get lost. So just pleased to see that this kind of oversight is happening, and you guys are learning and continuing to build on this. So fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate all y'all do for kids and families in Kansas, and I probably should have led with that. Truly, we are just grateful for the work that you do for kids and families.
I think it is also, just to reiterate, like, I think it's great to see that there is that oversight and that there's continuing finding those holes in the fence. And if there's a way to get special ed at the table during, especially monitoring, or because so many times we may be in the complete dark and now we have a kid not being served. And I know that's a great concern that as directors we face all the time. So there was a way, as you guys continue to evolve, you know.
Yep, that's on my evolution list, my evolutionary wish list. Yes, ma'am.
Are you seeing many of these virtual schools partnering with micro schools and enrolling kids under the virtual school, knowing that they're actually attending micro schools? And then if they're attending those micro schools in person, how does that impact then maybe some of the things like ESI reporting and things like that typically wouldn't occur in a virtual setting? But if these kids are in the virtual school but physically in a micro school enrolled under a virtual school.
So that's where we partner with our auditing folks, because if they are physically attending, then that's not a virtual setting, and they won't be funded as a virtual student, they'll be funded as a brick and mortar student. And so it gets complicated, but we've worked really hard to make sure that folks know if you're opening a virtual school, and anybody who wants to open a virtual school, there's like a pre-screening, and pre-screening sounds bad, but they meet with me or they meet with Dr. Ferncott, and we walk them through, here's the things you're gonna need to do, and that is one thing we address, is that this must be tied to a district, and it must be independent of time and place. You cannot require these kids to come in. And I think as a result, I'm not aware of any micro schools using this. It's not to say it's not out there, it's a big state. I'm not aware of anything like that, but we hope with the pre-screening and the monitoring that we are making it clear there should not be students attending in a micro school kind of setting. And I know I'm standing between you and your break, so I'm happy to hang around and chat with anybody, but I don't know, Mr. Moore, if you wanna give them a break, or I'm not sure who's in charge here, but I'll hang out for a little bit and thank you guys very much for all you do.
Thank you. I do think that we should take a break. We've been going now for 2 hours, so but we are slightly behind schedule, so I want to kind of be mindful of time. So is 5 okay? All right, let's come back at 2:26.
I think that would work.
can. Department of Justice did a review of Wichita Public Schools, and they looked at students that were enrolled in the Wichita Public Schools from 2021 through 24. And from there, they came up with some findings that they brought to the attention of the Board of Education. And the thing that people need to understand is that DFJ worked with the Board of Education in 259 to come up with a settlement agreement. And it's an agreement that says that Wichita will do the following. So one of the things that they were doing is they were secluding students, and they were secluding students for a variety of reasons that DFJ said were not appropriate. So one of the things that will occur now is they've defined seclusion as placing a student alone in any room or area where the student is not free to leave or reasonably believes they are not free to leave. What it's not is student chooses to go somewhere to calm themselves. Student is free to leave, that's not seclusion. Well, they felt that they were secluding students inappropriately. So the corrective action they have ordered is that Wichita must figure how many students were secluded between 2021 or 2020, 2021, and 2023, 2024, the number of hours of seclusion, and they must provide compensatory services equal to those amount of hours in the form of counseling, academic tutoring, or at least the number of hours the student was secluded. So that was the first thing that was ordered. Another thing out of seclusion is they are telling Wichita they may not seclude students, except for the students that are enrolled in a special purpose school. And they have to come up with a transition plan between now and January 1st of 2025 to no longer seclude the students that are in one of their special purpose schools, which includes Levy, Griffinstein, I believe it's Bryan Academy, and I think it's Sowers. So they've been given rules on seclusion, which it's going to be very interesting. Because physical restraint they defined, and they also have some rules on physical restraint. That they are not to restrain students unless it's an appropriate situation where the student is a danger to self or others. And the people that do that restraint are to be trained in crisis prevention in some format. It doesn't say they have to use CPI or they have to use MAND. It just says that only properly trained people may provide that restraint. They also say that they have to add staffing to their system. They have to hire someone to be the director of the Office of Behavior Management Support and Oversight. That individual will supervise the crisis prevention team, oversee relevant training and the use of physical restraint, improve behavior-related supports and services, and work with the district school-based specialized programs to develop appropriate practices. So they'll have one full-time office director, at least 2 additional full-time employees. And the employees must have experience serving students with disabilities that involve social, emotional, and behavioral dysregulation. And at least one of them will have experience serving students with developmental delays, intellectual disabilities, and/or autism. And then they can hire additional qualified staff. So they have to create a new department is what they have to do. There's also a positive behavior support program that is being emphasized. They say that they will have PBS program or positive behavior support classroom. They define it and they say it helps students develop coping strategies and social and emotional skills, work on academic goals, and return to their home schools. This we'll get to in a minute. And each PBS classroom will have a classroom plan describing how the staff will support positive student behavior. Parents will receive a copy of the classroom plan. The district will explain the plan and give parents a chance to ask their questions. And then students moving out of the PBS classrooms and into their home schools will receive supports to ensure a successful move. For the day schools, which is Sowers, Griffinstein, Wells, Bryant Opportunity, and the Levy Special Education Center, and other dedicated special purpose schools for exceptional children, they will implement a three-tiered model of behavior prevention and intervention that uses evidence-based practices. So that 3 tiers, tier 1 will be interventions for all the students, tier 2 will be interventions to students whose behavior is not effectively managed on tier 1. And tier 3 are the very intensive students, and there's only a small percentage. They also have class size caseloads where they say for every 15 students enrolled, each day school will have at least one staff member with experience developing, applying, and monitoring behavioral support interventions. There's a lot. I'm just halfway there. Day school transitions. One of the issues they saw is that students are getting the gold ticket to go to one of these special purpose schools, and they stay there forever. So any student being assigned to a day school will have a written transition plan that will include why the student's being assigned there, what goals the district intends for the student to meet during the assignment, and how the district will determine when the student will exit the day school. So they will have an exit plan when they enter. Parents will be able to visit the day school along with their student before assignment to that day school. And parents will be included in the district's regular reviews of their students' assignment to a day school. Code of conduct, the district will implement a new code of conduct in January of 2025. There'll be level 1 offenses that do not threaten safety or significant disruption. There'll be level 2 offenses that significantly disrupt the operation of the classroom or another school activity, and level 3 are those that pose a threat to safety. So the code of conduct will ban the use of suspension for level 1 offenses, because they were suspending students just right and left. Only allow school removal, that's out of school suspension or expulsion, for level 3 offenses, and require schools to employ their behavior intervention protocol before giving more severe consequences to a student who has repeatedly committed the same disciplinary offense. The dress code. Evidently, they've had a lot of issues with dress code in Wichita. So the district is going to formalize and standardize their dress code for schools that have uniforms and schools without uniforms. And schools may or may not choose to adopt a dress code. And for those that do adopt a dress code, the code will not discriminate against students on the basis of race or sex, and require staff to offer clothing that satisfies the dress code if a student is not wearing such clothing. So you just don't call the parent and send them home. You're going to have to offer them clothing. And schools will regularly review their discipline data related to dress code enforcement, because evidently this became an issue over those 3 years that they did the monitoring. They were seeing a lot of suspensions related to dress code. Behavior intervention protocols, each school will have to have one to ensure that all students receive the support they need to manage their behavior. So the behavior intervention protocols will identify students who may need this kind of support by looking at facts like the amount and type of discipline a student has received. And each school will have a team that will meet monthly to review the support students receive and decide whether those supports are working. Safety services officers and law enforcement, evidently, they were calling in their SROs or law enforcement for minor offenses, and then it was being escalated by these individuals to a law enforcement type of issue. So the district will make the following changes to its policies and its practices about safety officers and law enforcement. The district will not use safety service officers to respond to minor misconduct or routine disciplinary issues such as dress code violations, insubordination, or skipping class. Safety service officers will attempt to de-escalate situations when addressing student behavior by using appropriate de-escalation techniques. And unless required by law, district staff will not request the involvement of a school resource officer, SRO, in an incident of student misbehavior unless it presents a risk of substantial physical harm or is the kind of criminal offense that would cause the district to call law enforcement if no SRO were on the campus. And then data review and reporting, administrators at each district school working with the district's Department of Diversity, Equity and Inclusion, and they have a really good one in Wichita. And the district's Department of Research and Assessments will review discipline data to ensure discipline is being applied in a non-discriminatory manner, because they were evidently assigning more of these discipline and suspensions to African-American students and students with disabilities. And that became a concern to the Department of Justice. And the district will provide regular status reports to the United States describing the district's efforts to comply with the settlement agreement. And the district intends to complete the requirements by the end of the 2027-28 school year. That's a brief summary. You can read the 35-page report if you choose to look it up. It's online, but a lot of things that DFJ has decided they want to find Wichita to be out of compliance, and that Wichita agrees with, which is surprising to some people. But I think the board and the administration felt like things were way out of hand, and that it's time that this report will support those individuals that wanted to change the disciplinary practices within the district. And so by adopting it and agreeing to it, it gives them permission to change the mindsets of those individuals they employ who feel differently about discipline and behavior management. So I don't see it as a bad thing, especially when the Board of Education agreed to it. So yes, Marvin.
Yeah, this brings back a question I had, and I just emailed it to you too earlier. But when we were talking about, I think the indicator, Brian Dempsey was at 4B. And we discussed this a year ago when we were talking about that, because that particular district did not show up on the list of having any significant discrepancies, if I recall.
And I love Dean's response to that. That's because they were equally suspending all races.
I think I said equally crappy to all. Yeah.
In other words, it's based on the percent of students of any race or ethnicity that is above a threshold. And based upon that threshold, when you suspend all students of all races equally, then you don't reach that percent threshold.
Right.
But I will tell you, Marvin, just between Seac and those that are listening, they have 2 years of data to show that they are over the threshold for their suspensions. And so one of the things we will do is look at the 23-24 data, and if they're over that threshold for the third year, they will be identified with significant disproportionality, which they were in 2019 when I came to the department. And they went through a process, and they had to set aside 15% of their federal dollars for comprehensive coordinated early intervening services. They had to come up with a plan. They had to implement the plan, and then they had to show that they were making progress to not be suspending African-American students through ISS above the 3% threshold. 3%, 3 times more likely to suspend a child with African-American background than other races.
And I think one of my concerns when we discussed this before is that when we get to expulsions, because I'm not sure if they get the list on expulsions or not. But these larger districts don't expel, they transfer. And we don't have a code to look that up. So if you got 10 high schools in a district, you can transfer, a disciplinary transfer every single semester. And it will never get flagged up on the reports that they send through Canvas, right?
Right.
So I don't know if that's something that when it starts to involve the kids that I do educate or advocate on, who are our SPED kids, we have no way to flag that in our current data system. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's something that we need to look at, maybe developing another code or something so that we can track that. Because to some degree, I think we should have been able to see this, and I think maybe we did, but they were open and talked about it and admitted to it because they got a plan. But part of me was upset when I heard this, I'll be honest, because we did, and Mike Burgess, you're still on the line, right? We did a lot of work with seclusion and stuff with 259 years ago. Trying to make sure that we wouldn't have this seclusion stuff, and it seems like we went backwards from what they had told us back then, so. I was a little upset that we've gone backwards. And there's a way how they, we even had legislative hearings on their use of school safety officers versus SROs back in 2017 and 2018.
I think I remember those conversations.
So when I saw this, we've talked about this, we've been aware about this, Seac has addressed this. And I know it's a whole different 2 or 3 administrations ago, probably already in 259, but this is why we have to stay attentive. Just because we think we solved something 10 years ago means it comes back up sometimes if we aren't actively monitoring it.
What's interesting is that item F in the agreement says that Wichita does not admit to any violation, nor does the DFJ hold them accountable for any violation. But yet then they're ordered with these corrective actions that they agreed to. And if they fail to meet these requirements, the DFJ will impose additional actions on the district. That's what's written in the agreement. And Marvin, we can track students that are placed in special purpose schools because the year that they're placed there, the data that we collect on students placed at 60% or more of their time is going to show up in that special purpose school.
Well, I think,
Well, my thing is even bigger than the special purpose schools, because I don't think it's just being limited at the special purpose schools. I mean, that's what they've agreed to. But I'm concerned that we aren't pulling the data to warn them and us that there are other issues elsewhere.
Well, or
I think
the
this is just the
reality
tip of
is,
the iceberg.
we have, in lieu of suspension, you may enroll in our virtual program. And we have no way of tracking that. And that's happening far more, I think, than we realize, even down at the elementary level.
I'm not really gonna comment on the 259 part, 'cause my role's early childhood, but just in general, I get what you're saying, there's definitely a lot, can be somewhere, I'm not gonna say 259, can be possibly some like misuse of things, but yet some of those programs definitely had good intentions at least behind them. I'm not saying they're always being used like that, but if there's a problem for a student in one school, even trying another, not even special high school, but another like regular high school, maybe that alleviates your problems with peers or teachers, gives you a fresh start. Trying a virtual or alternative school before just taking the cat, I mean, that's obviously what we want. We want engagement in a school versus not going to school. And so, I mean, I think that the intentions, whether it's them or anybody in the world, educators' intentions behind these types of things were probably good. It's just maybe there's being some misuse, and I'm not saying in one district or another, but I mean across the country, that gives it a bad name, but I think the intentions are good for most people, it just doesn't always turn out right.
Well, during a suspension or an expulsion of a student with disability, once you get past the 10th day, you're required to provide FAPE to that student. So you as a school district have to provide for their special ed and general ed supports. And I think general ed forgets that. But part of the FAPE requirement is that they're making progress along with their peers. So you're tied to that. So I think what Lena is saying is evidenced by how some districts are dealing with that. They're enrolling the students into a virtual type of program like Edgenuity or something through a service center, if they don't already have a virtual program that exists within their district, so that that FAPE opportunity can be met within that virtual setting versus having to send the teacher out to provide those direct services. Because that's the other option they have. I mean, you punish yourself when you're putting a kid out for that 11th day. So looking at alternatives internally are a lot better than trying to put that kid out on the street, so to speak. Because what normally happens with a 16-year-old is they sign themselves out and they never come back. Anyway, I'm on my soapbox. Any other questions? Just wanted you to be aware of it because it's out there and you're gonna hear about it, but I thought you should hear what the actions that are gonna be required on the part of 259 will be. And I think they're open, but they have to do administrative training because all the building admins have to be trained before school starts this year. And that seclusion is going to be huge where they have used that liberally. And that's gonna be extremely limited on their part, especially if they're special purpose schools. By
Well, and
January
finding the
1.
staff, so the ratios and finding the staff of the department, that's gonna be difficult.
Well, and hiring a whole new department that looks at this and 3 staff minimum and what they're gonna do. And if they get put on sick dis, when we look at their data for this year, then next year they will have to reserve 15% of their federal dollars for comprehensive coordinated early intervening services, which are primarily for non-identified students. So that you're providing them with prevention strategies before they get identified as students with disabilities. You can provide an incidental benefit to students with disabilities, but you can't use that money. You can't, what's the word I want to use? Get in the bucket of funds to try and pay some special ed costs out of that, because that's not what it's designed for. And I think that's enough. I've taken my time. I don't want to hold you up anymore, but anybody has any questions, just let me know and I'll be glad to talk to you.
Thank you, Bert. Next on the agenda, we have Marvin to talk about the request for added licensure status. This is something we have talked about a couple of times. Marvin, did you know you were on that list?
No, I actually thought Shane Carter was gonna be here for that, so.
I did too.
Can we move that one to next time?
Well, we've been, it's listed as an action item.
Yes.
I think we do need to take some action, but let's have a discussion first. Shane was here, was it April? So we talked about it a little bit then, and this has been floating around since January, so we need to come up with something about it.
Was it in your book?
Yeah, I forgot, but she did send us that stuff.
So I let me briefly recap.
Yeah, I have a copy. Emailed it out.
I'm not gonna reread the whole letter, but let me give you a brief recap. There's this advocacy group has asked several of us trying to get endorse their position that they're trying to find ways to put a direct entry special education licensure in place. Many states have this already. California had it when I was back there 15 years ago. I think Brooke, you said Colorado has it.
Well, Texas for sure.
Or Texas has it. So what that is you go through and you do your program, and after your 4 years of bachelor's degree running your 120 unit mark or whatever, you graduate, you get a license that allows you to teach special ed direct entry. Okay, right now, some of the programs out there take 150 units with the bachelor's degree, because you have to get all your gen ed, special ed, the way the classes are designed, that's what it takes right now. Our problem is what it is, it's forcing our potential teachers to take out an extra year of student loans and then be behind on a salary schedule at a district, even though they have 30 more units than everybody else in a specialized area. So it really penalizes these teachers. A lot of them are going, why do I want to do that? And they'll decide to go to general ed or something else. So it's not helping us in special ed. So I am proposing that we go ahead and endorse this advocacy letter and let it go on to a licensing, saying that Seac has would like to endorse this, that we want our schools to develop programs so we could have a direct entry license and direct entry programs. Now, having said that, and having worked through licensure stuff and programs, even if we all approve this year, it would take 3 to 4 years to develop this, and then the K board schools have to decide if they actually want to do it and offer the program and kind of stuff. But I think we need to get this ball rolling so that other groups can start thinking what it takes to do. So with that as a preface, most of you have read the letter or seen and thought about it. Brooke here is the only one. She teaches in a program, not these particular classes, but in higher education, so she understands how it will impact higher education. Would you like to speak towards this, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it very clearly. I mean, higher ed is going to have to then rethink this. I think K-board schools have just worked on it. Just to clarify this, I teach at the graduate level. So anything undergraduate, I really am not the expert on this. So as you're taking notes. I do know that the K-board schools have just worked on undergraduate hours, right? So what this does for higher ed institutions is they're gonna have to rethink how they do bachelor level direct entry special education. So it will involve designing programs. That said, I would say, I think most of the deans would be, of College of Education, would be fully in support of this. Because they do have their thumb on the pulse of the state and they do know licensure issues for special education. It's a hard to fill need in Kansas. So I think they would be fully on board. So for that reason, I would say, I think representing higher ed, yes, I think this is a direct entry pathway is a good idea to consider. There'll be things we'll have to have.
Dr. Miller?
In support of that.
Yeah, is that Troy?
It is Troy. This is a timely topic. I'd like to make a motion that the Seac committee endorse this letter of support.
Okay, so hearing that, I do have a motion. Do I have a second?
Jennifer King, I'll second it.
Okay, Jennifer seconded it, and I failed to do this previously, but I am gonna ask, is there any more discussion that needs to occur at this point prior to a vote? Okay, hearing none, then we will proceed to vote. Joyce will get a poll online. As for those in the room, raise one of your hands if you are in agreement. Okay. All right, opposed, same sign.
I have one online vote.
And is that in favor then?
Yes.
Okay,
One.
so the motion passes. Okay, that was quick. Moving on. Brian Dempsey, you're back on the floor here with indicator 8. That was with excitement.
Do you have anything to kick this off? Do I have anything to kick this off? Of course I do. I used up all my time.
Oh.
One of our issues that we're dealing with is what you heard about demographics. And being able to reach those diverse families who oftentimes are not the ones who want to submit any information back. We have certain populations of individuals that it's very difficult for them to want to respond to us. Those would be ethnic parents, it would be Hispanic, it would be African American, not normally our Asian population, they pretty much respond equally, but it's those two populations in particular. So we're trying to look for ideas on how we can get better opportunities for parents to feel comfortable to give us feedback during the IEP if they have been engaged by the district in the writing and the development of the IEP. That's basically what question 8 is. And when we opened it to census, we used to do it on a cohort basis where every 3 years, certain parents would get a letter sent to them, because I used to get them and have to put an address on them and mail them. And so we'd have so many parents that we'd send that to. We were getting like 300 responses. I mean, we have 77,000 IEPs and we were getting 300 responses. So then it went up a little and then we decided we would move to census. I said, we can't be doing cohort anymore. We need to do all parents. And we've gone up, but we're getting basically the white ethnicity that is responding, and we're not getting the other ethnicities to respond proportionately to the ratio of their race in the state. So how do we go about trying to get our systems to understand that it's important to reach out to diverse families so that some way, whether it be during the IEP meeting, during parent-teacher conference, they can reach these parents and say, this isn't a bad thing and nobody's gonna come to your door. Because we have some families that feel like the man is out to get them, if you will. So we don't want that happening. But we want them to feel like they can give us feedback. Because if we get feedback that says, I'm not engaged, then we need to be working more with our systems to say, how are you gonna be more invitational to your parents? How are you gonna get them to the table and make sure that they feel comfortable being in the meeting? So that's what this is about, is to have a discussion with you on ideas that we can increase and improve. How we get more diversity, to recognize it's important for them to give us feedback so that we have better data.
I have a question. Is all these available from different languages besides just English? Because I know my district is like 80% Hispanic. And a lot of our parents do not read English.
Yeah, they are available in any other languages.
Are these all sent out from KSDE, like right now, everything's being, like, things are being sent to parents from KSDE, right? Or, I'm just wondering if things should be routed, kind of like indicator 14, routed through the district, so it's routed through something that's comfortable. So I can't remember how things.
It's through the
It is, we
This
switched it
isn't
a
my
few years.
forte, so.
So,
Yeah, it's through the district.
Okay, sorry, to the district.
So does it, I'm not super familiar
Yeah,
with
this
this.
is my thing either.
So this is something that goes from like a district office to a parent home?
It
So-
can, it can be done a variety of ways. You can send a link. You can have a paper copy with a QR code that you hand out. It's kind of however the district decides to do it.
Some people do it with their IEP meetings because they have the parent there and they are going ahead and talking about it with them.
I like that. I've never done it at an IEP meeting, but that is when you have the most engagement, at least if you hand out the form, whether they, I don't know, I don't think I throw them away. I usually fill them out when I go.
So I would say that, like-
Hopefully I'm not one of the reasons here, numbers are low, but if you do a link or a QR code now, does it go to local district or does it take you right to the states? And then how many questions is it? One question, right? Are you engaged, right? Okay, so.
I think part of the issue is revolves around some local training too. So we do hand it out at our or we have handed out like at our IEP meetings, but sometimes it gets lost in the documents at that point, like they already feel like they're buying a house. And so it's just this other form, and I don't know that I did necessarily a good job of informing my teachers, like, hey, this is what this form is, this is what you should tell them, you know? So they're just like, I don't know, sign here, or I don't know, take this, you know? It's kind of like our Medicaid form. Sometimes I feel like they don't know what to say to that either. So I think there's some local training that could possibly be provided or conversation that could be sent out in terms of explaining to the parent truly what it is and even saying it is one question, like it's just one. Because I think you say survey or whatever and they're like, oh, I don't have time for that. And if it's just a link or technology, you run into the possibility of are they tech savvy to do it, but.
Like, I know, I've never been sent this by, I mean,
I was just gonna say, I've never received
As a
this
parent.
from my district, either of the districts we were in,
So that's.
and they're both local.
Yeah, I agree with you, Lindsay. I think there's a local training issue, and I know part of it for us, you know, I'm gonna see my staff on August 1st and 2nd, and that's the only time for the entire year. I'm gonna have them all together. And if we don't have the annual letter that's updated by then I'm not able to actually talk with them in person about it. So then it's a Zoom meeting or it's an email. We asked, how many did you send out this year to our case managers through a Google form? I don't know how many we got back, said, what was that? I don't remember. I don't know what that was, you know? And so I do think we have a lot more that we need to do at the local level. I mean, if our sped teachers around this table don't know what it is and everybody should, then I think we have some local issue, or parents.
Well, and I think to the point of also when we get the updated letter, if there's any way we could get it even, I mean, it may be too late this year for us to get it by August 1st or 2nd, but that's the same day as mine serves. The earlier we get it, the more likely if we are gonna implement it with our IEPs, that we're ready from the beginning of the year versus we started it in October, did we catch those people earlier?
like, I personally go to about 500 IEP meetings a year. And a lot of those do have Swahili interpreters, Arabic interpreter. I have so the interpreter could help the parent with it. I just need to have the information because I don't, wherever it's going, it's not making its way to my level.
That's what I'm concerned about.
Yeah, that's probably honestly one of the most, the training piece, I mean, that's just as much reflection on myself as a director, but if it's not actually getting there is a bigger problem.
We can do a recording too, if we get it for parents and recording it, telling them why we're asking and what it will be used for, so they don't think that we're snooping or whatever. And that we want their honest feedback, because that's important, that we get data that we can use. And maybe, Brian, you could work with Josie to see if we can get that information sent out. I hate to do it, but by early next week.
Right.
So they have it for their August trainings. And that way we know we blanketed our directors. And then we can follow up maybe on a monthly basis on our webinars to say, don't forget about indicator 8. Don't forget about the need to get that out to your parents. Here's this video that we have. Have parents reach out to us if they have any questions.
I mean, there's a million IEPs that happen between August and September 20th. A million.
And I'm not really sure the language is friendly. I mean, if this is the one from 22-23, did the school district invite you to take part in discussions for improving services and results for your child?
So we might.
That's not really parent-friendly language.
Okay.
Invite you.
Hate to say it, but dumb it down.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Well,
educator
is
speak.
the tricky part is, okay, if you do that, the IEP, they're right there, well, you've invited me to the IEP, I'm gonna mark yes, is that gonna give you biased data? Because what we really wanna know is, are you communicating with them in between the annual IEPs?
Well, yeah, cause that was my first thought was, man, maybe at the IEP, we just pull it up, but again, I don't wanna be pushing them to answer a
What
certain.
about parent teacher conferences? Cause you also have interpreters at those, just think, so even if that would put it away from the SPED and off of like the people, you know, you're not rating the people who are sitting right with you. So that might be something that we would consider together at materials.
But I think I'm gonna not only bring it up, whether I have the letter or not, I'm gonna bring it up, you know, my August 1st or 2nd day of training. And then continue to bring it up so that maybe even if we do put it out with our IEPs again, they're still following up at conferences. Hey, did you remember, you know, don't forget to, you know, there's that survey, or hey, you know what I mean, at progress reports, even if they just sent home a friendly note that said whatever and could attach it again. You know what I mean? I think that maybe at the local level, I could help force that issue a little bit more, but.
Well, Brian, if you and Mark could look at the language based on Lena's comment, I think that's important. Because a lot of our parents would have no idea what that was asking.
Well, and that's the question, the introduction is, this is a survey for parents of students receiving special education services. Your responses to the one question survey will help guide efforts to improve services and results for children and families. I mean, that's a lot for a family, and they're like, oh, my kid doesn't get special ed. They're like, oh, well, you were just at the IEP. But I mean, they don't always get it.
I agree, Lena. So that helps a lot. We need to, I know Laura put that together back in 2019 or 2020. That, because we used to have like 6 questions and we weren't getting any feedback. So then we went to the one and at least we got a little better feedback. But at the same time, I think we need to really look at the language and how we worded and then try to do a campaign across the state to get parents to feel comfortable to fill it out. And I like your idea about the interpreters.
But
And
what
the-
gets those populations you're trying to
Yes.
get it, like find times where we can get it to the, and I'm also thinking like special schools, like we have Horace Mann, so we have a school that's all Hispanic, you know, so that would be a great school for us to really make sure that team is focused on it, and there's, you gotta start somewhere, you know what I mean, so.
I also think this would be a great thing to bring up at the first SPED quarterly, but now we've already passed that one, but again, you said your monthly calls, all of that, like. Continue to bring it back to the director's forefront, because again, sometimes it gets buried. Yeah.
Go down the line.
I'm thinking about the 30 questions, so I know you said it used to be 6 questions, it seems like 200, but I think personally, I would rather it be like 3 questions that were easy to understand and answer than one
One that they
question
don't
that has
get.
3 parts to it that I'm trying to think, especially when you're thinking about translating or interpreting that, you know what I mean, it's not going to go over well in some other languages.
Go ahead.
So I'm also wondering, like, from a teacher point of view, if there can be a document that can be shared by like administrators to teachers explaining what it is with common language and like universal understanding. So when parents do come and ask us about it, we're prepared to answer, and we're gonna answer with the same answers as, you know, the teacher across the hall or the one in the district, you know,
Absolutely, I
next
think
door.
that.
So I think that would be super helpful.
Leslie's not here today, but I think her and the families together would be a good asset to help.
I'm thinking that too, once we get the redesign of the question, because we're in court 1, I believe, this year. And so with court 1, we're starting over, so this would be the year that we could kind of do an update.
And quite honestly, when we're talking, changing that to be more parent friendly and timeliness of getting it out, I'd rather take the time to get the language right. If it comes out a little bit later right now, we just need to adjust, and then in the future, if it could come out earlier, but I think the language is probably the first step we need to.
It will also help us with our SBP APR when we have to answer, how are we trying to get more diverse families to complete the survey? Then this is, we worked with Seac and we came up with a plan on how to better address the questions and the distribution.
And if you do a video, if you could get several videos by different people, maybe
like
speaking different languages or just to get, I mean, and they should be like 30-second videos or a minute video. They don't need to be longer. In fact, if you could do a TikTok dance with it.
Yes.
You might have.
That'd be me.
I think it's also important with some of these parents, especially some of the immigrant families, that they understand that this is confidential and that this information is not going to go reflect back on them. So being that included into it would be beneficial.
And I think that also goes back to some of that training language for teachers too.
But I think if you do it for those families, when they have the interpreter, they'll feel more comfortable and more trusting that there's not filling out something that they don't really understand what it's for. This person wouldn't ask me to do that.
And there's no name on it. So they don't have to put their name or their child's name. So I mean, that
And
keeps
it's
it.
being captured in the background.
Like teachers could ask them, they didn't hear teacher conferences, they could ask them to put it in whatever box at the end, so they don't even. I want you, I'm asking that you do it, please, but we don't need to see it, just do it and put it over there.
Is it a digital form or paper? Is it
It's a
digital?
digital survey.
I'm just thinking, yeah, but. Then we would have no way of seeing, but. I feel like they can sometimes trust that less, I don't know.
Well, because I think there's always that fear of Big Brother watching.
So I wonder, is there an
Especially if
option?
they're not comfortable.
If they do it at the building, if you had an iSchool iPad, you could just hand them and do it, then it's not even touching their electronics. Then it wouldn't, they would know you're not.
It's not their login, yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's a good
If
point,
you-
it's not
yeah.
traceable.
Yeah, this school iPad, here's a school iPad, can you fill out these couple of questions? And it's not even touching any of their.
And I think you could even have it as an option. If they say, no, I will do it, okay, and then we
Sure.
can call it back, you know,
Yeah,
because again, I don't want them to feel like. Have to.
We really appreciate it, it'd be very helpful.
Okay, anything else on indicator 8? All right,
Thank you.
thank you. The next item is in reference to our September meeting. And the visit to the Kansas School for the Deaf and Kansas School for the Blind. So I don't know if I'm supposed to leave this, but I'm going for it and you guys just intervene when I'm wrong. But when it comes to the September 24th, we are scheduled to have a dinner from 6 to 9. Is that at the Kansas School for the Deaf? Is that what we're doing? Okay, because I know we've talked about a lot of things, so. This dinner is for the members, so the voting members and KSDE staff only. And our attempt with that is to really kind of we've had a lot of changeover and want to get to know each other a little bit better, and I feel like that setting would be great. And then we will follow up the next day with the actual meeting, from 8:30 to 10:45, we will be at the Kansas School for the Deaf. And then from noon until 4:30, we'll be at the Kansas School for the Blind. As far as members are concerned, I know Joyce has some information you can share, like on hotels for the state rate, or she will if she doesn't.
Right, and I'm waiting for legal to give me the approval, and as soon as they do, we'll get a block of rooms at the Holiday Inn North. They're close to the school, I think it's like maybe 10 minutes away. But anyway, as soon as I get that approval, I'll get that information to you. You will have to make your own reservations because we only can reimburse.
Yes.
Now, if you live in Kansas City, of course, if you're within 30 miles, you cannot spend the night. But I did check the Lawrence addresses and they're like 31 and 32 miles away. So if you're one of those Lawrence addresses, you're free to go and spend the night. So, and then of course, everybody in Topeka. Or other faraway places. So like 6 hours drive.
But we are really excited about these 2 visits. It's something that we have talked about for a couple of years at least. But to kind of have some tours and see the great things that are happening in our state schools. So very excited that they are willing to host us and show us around a little bit. Is there anything else I'm missing on that front that we wanted to talk about?
I did let them know that myself and Rebecca Schultz will need special arrangements.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who would need anything special? As far as help getting around, it's because it's a rather large campus. So if you have any difficulties, let me know.
Do you need to know any food allergies or anything like that?
I think I have all that, but yes, we got a new one today, so yes, if you have any special food needs, please let me know as well, if I don't already have them.
It's also someday a tour at Lawrence Gardner High School,
I think that'd be amazing.
because we do some amazing things out there.
Yeah, I think that excites me, so I think we could put that down as somewhere we try to visit, yeah, in the future. Yeah, we're only allowed one field trip per year. Okay, is there anything else on that? We are making up time. We're only 2 minutes behind now, so we're rocking and rolling. That does move us into our ex officio member reports. First on the agenda, and I don't know that they have anyone present is Families Together and Leslie Gerard.
She's in St. Louis and she said she'd have to miss this meeting.
Okay.
She's in a conference.
Okay. I don't think she was on earlier, but has Ashley Inns joined us from Casey? And if not,
No,
Lena?
I can take it, the Casey report. Those of you who don't know, I'm also the president of Casey. Ashley changed positions, so she wasn't getting the emails, but she emailed us and we've got it now. So, Casey is the Kansas Association of Special Education Administrators. We have roughly 200 members across the state. And so right now, the big things we are working on, we're going to continue. We started last year connecting with Casey, which is a virtual session. We'll hold those 3 times a year for members where we talk about timely topics and kind of give some guidance on that. We're super excited to partner with Kansas Principals Association this year, doing 2-part trainings across the state on special education and building leader. And so those are offered through USA Kansas, in Dodge City, Salina, Goddard, and Topeka. And then our annual winter conference is going to be January 30th and 31st at the Drury Hotel in Wichita. And then the other thing we're really going to spend some time on this year, we really have two big things. We're hoping to work with K-State and some KC members on an evaluation tool for special ed administrators. And then we're kind of revamping our legislative committee to try to have a stronger focus on advocacy versus lobbying and not cross over into that lobbying boundary. And so we're taking some time to reevaluate that committee. But those are kind of the things we're working on right now.
Thank you, Lena. Mike, are you still on the call from DRC?
Yes, I am. Sorry. And I was printing something out, so I've got printer noise in the background, so I apologize for that. Lots and lots and lots of exciting things happening, especially as it relates to employment. The IDD waiver and PD waiver waiting lists. So I'll probably spend the most of my time. I mean, then there's a lot of happening on transition too, which is also really exciting. I think a lot of great opportunities there. But probably the big thing that most of you, if you saw the waiting list as of last month, and you've heard me talk at previous meetings too, it's basically around 11 years, and it was 5,407 people. And that, as you all know, is a very dire thing. Also, as we talked, the legislature did 2 exciting things this year in that they added 500 slots, which is the first significant increase in about 8 years in the number of waiver slots. And they did that for both the IDD and PD waiting list. They also took an unprecedented step to include a cap. So no matter what, the waiting list, we can't move backwards, because once that cap kicks in, it directs KDADs to create more slots. And just to clarify, that does, you want to sign people up who need to be on the waiting list, because it's not a cap in that sense, but it creates a limit as far as the maximum number of people once we hit that threshold, they add more slots and more people receive services. So hopefully that all makes sense. But through this IDD waiting list study that KU is doing, we've actually had kind of unprecedented ability to query and look at the people who are on the waiting list. And so this is, I guess, where it's exciting, because we're actually, if we really, the waiting list is solvable. And that is a key change, because there's a lot of legislators and others that think no matter what we do, we're always going to have a waiting list. But as we look at some of the things that are already happening, specifically demographically, because the waiting list is so long, a lot of people are signing up way ahead of time. And so it's around 50% of the people on the waiting list, on the IDD waiting list, are under the age of 17. And if you look at that demographic, most of those folks are going to be receiving some services in school. Over 2/3 of those folks already have Medicaid numbers, and they're also then eligible for EPSDT, early periodic screening, diagnostic, and treatment services under Medicaid, which the legislature added $50 million there because the feds said we weren't doing that right, which a number of us had kind of were wondering and didn't think we were doing it right. The nice thing is the feds agreed that we weren't and directed them to do that. So there's a lot of effort around that. So if you look at that 50% of the list who are under the age of 17, the vast majority of those folks probably, if we do this right, can meet their needs with the school services they're receiving, as well as EPSDT services, which it can include some waiver-like services. Again, that's all based on medical necessity. As we go up to 21, it's actually around 64% of the waiting list. And again, a lot of those folks in that 18 to 21, almost 100% of those should qualify for Medicaid because their parental income no longer counts. And so for the vast majority of those young people, they would likely qualify under the income threshold. And if they're on the waiting list, they would qualify on the disability side as well. So either way, well, I guess they'd qualify as a youth without the income. And so they would be able to, again, receiving school services and or EPSDT services, may not need waiver services. And so we look at then with the remaining folks, it's the people who are over the age or 22 or older. That's a much smaller, more manageable number. And we know we're already going to be adding 500 slots that were already funded over the next year. We're working on what's called the community supports waiver, which is, again, targeting people with developmental disabilities, but it's basically an employment-focused non-residential waiver. So we'll add a second IDD waiver. It's just we'll have two waivers, a comprehensive waiver and this other waiver that's a little bit of a, kind of a waiver light that doesn't include residential. As we ramp that up over the next couple of years, that will be about another 1,500 people. So if we look at, again, doing the things that we're already doing and continuing to add a little bit of capacity and slots to the comprehensive waiver, ramping up the community supports waiver, there's a very good likelihood that we could actually serve everyone who needs services right away. As we get, and again, in 2 or 3 years, maybe 4 years. But, last year when we were advocating kind of for a 5-year plan, it's a very real possibility if we continue the work that we could actually not have a waiting list here in a few years. And think about how different transition looks like when people who need services immediately can get services. Or I say immediately, but within a matter of months without having to wait on 11 years. You look at what the foster system might look like, where we have approximately 280 individuals or youth in custody that are on the IDD waiting list for services. All of those systems should work significantly better if we are able to do that. But so anyway, so that's kind of, we had a lot of very serious discussion today, and lots of good things. But this is one that I'm so excited about, is this is solvable. And that's a radical departure from kind of where we were and how we thought about it. When you think about where it was, 11-year wait. So anyways, that's probably the biggest thing. So just wanted to share that good news as we kind of, and we'll continue to do deeper analysis and hopefully continue to advocate and work towards, kind of helping serve folks and hopefully get to the point where we won't have a waiting list. So any questions on that? That's, I think is a very different mindset and different analysis than we've been able to do before.
Hey, thank you, Mike. That is good news. It's always nice to hear some good news every now and again.
Yep. Awesome. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Melanie, I'm not sure if you were informed, but you get an opportunity to talk as your first meeting. So do you have anything that you would like to share from the Kansas Board of Education?
Certainly. I assume if I speak from back here, it can pick me up okay?
There's a microphone right behind you.
There's a mic, right there. Okay. So what I will do is I'll just give you kind of the highlights from the state board meetings that took place in July. We always meet the second Tuesday of the month. It's Tuesday, Wednesday meeting, about a day and a half. There are 10 members on the state board for anyone who's not aware. And your local member is representing 4 Senate districts and they are elected. So this is an election year. Half of our board is up for election. They'll be on the ballot in either August or November. You're looking at the list of districts 1 through 10. They are the even first this year. So in July, we talked about, we're still in the throes of KISA 2.0. The state board approved a go forward plan for KISA. So I'll just leave that there without going into any detail. I think there's going to be a lot more detail that comes out in the coming months. We are still very much focused on literacy and the science of reading. That's another one that has been moving forward, I think pretty well. The blueprint for literacy bill that passed in the legislature this year put together a group that has met once, and they have another meeting this week in Wichita. And so progress is being made in that area. And then we had a presentation on ESI. So Rocky Nichols actually came and spoke to the board, as did Leslie Gerard and several other folks. And they essentially explained ESI because not everyone on the state board comes from an education background. And so they explained what ESI is and kind of how it relates to special education. Talked a little bit about TASN and some of the supports that are available there. And so there was no action taken. It was just an informational session for the board. And then the biggie that we spent some time on that afternoon was screen time. And it has been widely reported in media outlets that the board will be looking at the use of personal cell phones in schools, but it actually reaches beyond cell phones. If you watch the board meeting, we talked very specifically about which devices. So a lot of schools have one-to-one policies and they're issuing tablets typically in elementary school and then laptops in middle or high school. And so the ask of the department was essentially, what could we do to get to a place where we have better recommendations from professionals who actually work in education and child development and who could then tell us and help inform the board and use the board to then inform districts what ages and stages should be using different devices in different ways as a learning device. Should a 4 or 5-year-old be learning how to read on an iPad? When is a book the appropriate thing to have there instead? What kind of screen time is perhaps too much time for middle or high school? And you could invent your own questions. These are just kind of the things that are in my head. And so that task force is being put together right now. It will be comprised of 30 individuals from all walks of school life. So we'll have administrators, teachers, students. I believe there's slots for parents. If you know anybody who's really passionate on this topic, feel free to reach out. Board members have already submitted names. They each got an allotment of names that they could submit from their districts, but because of the breadth of seats to fill, there may still be some seats to be filled once we kind of plug people into the right slots. So I'm happy to answer any questions on that. Something else this group might be interested in is that the state board did roll back the graduation requirement that had passed as part of that package for the FAFSA. And I know that at KSSB and KSD, they were very concerned about what that was going to mean. We very quickly got questions about what does it look like to opt out, because any student could opt out of filling out the FAFSA. And so the board took that up as an individual item and rolled that requirement back. And so it will not be required. There may be a sliver of time that it's in policy, but it should go away pretty quickly. We can answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions for Melanie? All right, thank you and welcome to our group. It is John on with Kansas School?
No, he was out of town.
Okay, and Luann with Kansas School for the Deaf?
No, she got a.
She's not on anymore? Okay. And I know that Idalia had a family emergency with KNEA, so is there anyone that I've missed? Okay, a couple of housekeeping things I just want to point out. When I was talking about the September visit, there is kind of that outline of the agenda on the bottom of this agenda. And then be looking in your emails for things from Joyce as she sends out information on hotels and some of the finalized details. Because again, I think that will be a super rich opportunity for for that rich conversation. And just kind of, again, getting to know each other a little bit better and what we're actually doing in the field and in our own lives with our own kiddos. So anything else at this point for the good of the cause?
Just point out, when we visit the Kansas School for the Blind, you should show up at 12 p.m. and not midnight.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Thank you.
And you said plan for quite a bit of walking, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so just thinking about.
Yep, plan for some walking. Okay. Anything else? All right, well, in that, I will.
Lindsay,
Yes.
one thing, does anyone have any item they want brought forward at the next agenda? If you do, then let Lindsay know, and then we will be coordinating and talking to set the agenda, which we normally do prior to the next meeting. So if we have items we need to bring, or you brought items to your chair that she wants to share that we need to be prepared to provide, then just let Lindsay know and then we'll work together to set the agenda. For new members, I think that's important, that if you hear something out there and you're like, I'd like to know more about this, then let Lindsay know.
And I will just point out that in the books that you were given today, there is a list of members with email, like my email address is in there. I just wanted to make sure. So you can find me on that.
Sorry, we're just trying to see what they done.
Right, yeah, should be just a few minutes.
Okay. Hearing nothing else, seeing nothing else, then I will.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Marvin. Do I have a second?
I will second the motion to adjourn.
Roxanne. Thank you, Roxanne. The motion has been first and seconded, or has been made and seconded. Any discussion on whether or not we should adjourn? Okay, so we'll have a poll online, and those in the room, raise a hand if you're in agreement. If not, I'm sorry, I didn't get a poll for that one.
That's okay.
Do we still just have Troy?
They can click, yeah, right by Troy. That means-
Troy, you can chat, write a note in the chat if you agree or disagree.
I vote yes.
All right, with that motion passes.
I would say.
Oh, come to it. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I won't be at I'll be in South Carolina.
Conference. Are you going to? I know you're going to. Are you leaving? I'm not. Like it's just a long thing.
And before the TV, and I have a new coordinator, and my editor, and I have, like, I came to their mind. We will collect the table tents, so it's.
Where we want you.
It's gotta be. So.